I fucking kept it off, my dumbass. Hold on, I'll replay it. Thank you for letting me know, LOL. Anyways. I'll play standard. Anyways. We just started. There was no... I don't know what you guys are talking about.
This pandemic has spread faster than any disease in human history.
Angry mobs roam the city, burning buildings. Authorities are bracing for more rioting tonight.
He was knocked unconscious. He had school run.
Citywide emergency has been declared.
The CDC has quarantined the lower Midwestern region of the U.S.
I like don't remember this at all. Like it's like scary.
These are the core values that create the foundation for Umbrella.
You better. Are you playing on the PC port of Spider-Man? Also, hi Lee. Happy Halloween.
It's this foundation that will continue to build a brighter future for all of us.
This is giving Budge. The soundtrack? Why do I not remember this at all? To be fair, I played this like once and never played it ever again. Did you do anything for Halloween, Lee? Did you see that? It said Nemesis. Period. Me. I was like, I'm not going to any parties for Halloween. I'm not about it. But that's me. Part of me. Very true, Maddie. Very true. Oh, scary moment. Let me shut the window. Happy Halloween, Maddie. We're playing Resident Evil Nemesis. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hello. Could you imagine if I got a mod and played this as Lois? That would be so good. Lois, the Nemesis is here. No, Pina, the Nemesis is here. Oh, wow. Oh, it's gagging her. She's the Joker. I'm the Joker. For me, I'm like, it's the girl from Deadly. Oh my god. Oh my god, is that the girl from Fortnite? She is in Fortnite. That's the girl from Fortnite. Like, unironically, is actually in Fortnite.
3 more days, then I can kiss this town goodbye.
God, I wish. Is that the girl from Fortnite? Do you guys know the reference I'm saying when I say that? Wait! Oh my god, this tooth enamel stays on, bitch. I'm eating and drinking and it's like still on my teeth. That's Lee Dawson in the flesh. I got like special effects, like zombie tooth enamel. Like, you know how people black out teeth for like some makeups, like to make it look like their teeth are out? I just bought it and I did it on my tooth. You have to like wipe off like everything on your teeth. And like I had to sit there for like 5 minutes going like this, like to keep it dry, because it has to dry, and it can't go onto a wet surface. I felt like I was at the dentist office. It was so, because I hate the dentist, I was like, I'm getting bad vibes right now.
Who could that be?
Why is it so, I feel like I have my brightness up to max and it's still so dark. Also, this apartment, I literally would die for this apartment. I love.
All right, I'm coming.
No, I don't. I want to explore the apartment. Shut up. Also, what is in this, like, that's hurting me? There's something cutting at my head.
Just a sec.
I love that you dressed as me for Halloween. Does that make Talos Hostelgado or Billy?
Hello?
Talos is more Billy from Billy and Mandy.
Brad, is that you?
Listen, you gotta get out of there.
What are you talking about?
I don't have time to explain. You gotta get out of there right now.
All right, let me grab my...
Oh! No, I wanted to explore the apartment. That's my nemesis. Oh, smack my bitch up. You guys know that song? Smack my bitch up. It was like in all the 2000 movies. It's me. Okay, I'm adjusting my costume. Can we not do a chase scene right now? Oh my Jesus. Oh! Smack cam. That nice apartment I said I would literally die for is ruined. Wait, this is how she runs in Dead by Daylight. That's the girl from Dead by Daylight.
No way.
Is my game running okay, by the way? Oh, slow motion. She's literally inting. She's throwing. Why has she got a dumpy though? Dumpy check. Oh. She can't do that in Dead by Daylight. Where's her blast mine? She's getting tunneled out of the game. Where is this map on Oh, fuck! Oh my Jesus! No chill. He literally DJAF. What is happening right now? Am I supposed to be running? Do I have to dodge? Girl, that's not gonna stop him. He just busts down 3 walls. Break down the walls! That's a wrestling reference. I'm making a lot of references nobody's gonna understand. Queen of references.
Jill? Over here!
Brad,
I...
what was that thing?
Damned if I know. But right now it's got a hard on for the only 2 stars left in town. You and me. I'm not sticking around.
What is this in my head that's like hurting? That exactly, Maddie. That's the only reference you need to know. I still can't believe I met her. Can you believe that? Like my icon. Like she is my Beyonce. She's my everything. I will not. Well, that's another reason why I fucking love Marisol. Marisol was there and drove me to see Kelly Kelly, and if Marisol wasn't there, I probably wouldn't have been able to meet my idol.
How this all happened so fast?
I don't know. One fucked up thing always leads to another. It's like our play on steroids.
I hate showing my midriff. I hate this, like, it's for a character, but I'm like, Jesus. I guess I'll just pull it down, it's fine. It's making me look wider. Cinema! Oh, am I supposed to be running? I'm just, like, taking my time.
How could this many people be infected? Brad! Here they come!
How did he not see all of them right there?
There's so many.
I don't. Yes! You are a cinema! A cinema! And then it goes into like dubstep because it's a David Guetta song, I think. And it goes. I remember listening to that song before it went on the radio and I was like, I'm so cool. And then it came on the radio and I was like, ugh. You know that era of like middle school when you're like, I listen to music that's not on the radio because I'm a cool kid. Like, girl, shut up. Oh, Brad's fucking dead, girl. You need to get away from him.
Don't think about it. We're gonna make a run for it.
Come on, Jill. We know how this ends.
No, I don't.
Are we still a team?
Always.
Then do me a favor. Don't fuck up like I did. Go!
Rip, Brad.
Sorry, Brad.
I like that she could just move on like that. If that happened to me, I would literally have a breakdown right now.
Sorry.
I'd be crying in this alleyway if somebody I knew for a long time just fucking died. Tutorial check. I'm not doing very well.
Shit.
Oh shit! I have no ammo. Run! Hmm.
Parking garage. Got it. Sir, are you alright?
Stay back! Don't come any closer!
Hey, come on. There's a helicopter waiting to take you to safety.
What safety? I'm not going out there!
The parking garage isn't far. I can
The only safe place is in here!
Sir, what's your name? I can't just leave you behind.
It's Dario Rosso. And yeah, right. You just want to steal my safe house. Get your own, Missy.
Missy?
Work. Okay. Miss Whiskey, thank you for the follow. Well, that's scary. That would scare me, but I am not, in fact, a scarer. You can't scare me. I need some, like, loot. Like, we got no ammo right now. Okay.
Shit.
I'm so bad at aiming at the heads! Stop! I'm getting soft locked. Let me in, please. Girl, I would tap out after the first hit. She has taken so many L's. I can't.
Sorry.
Not sorry. Oh shit. Oh girl.
Start, damn it.
He's just standing there,
Bitch.
menacingly. I don't know what she was expecting. Thank you, Miss Whiskey. I appreciate it. Oh. 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 Are we on a roller coaster? Not to be that girl, Jill, but like literally he bust down like 5 walls and like jumped on a building and blew up a helicopter. I don't think hitting him with a car is gonna do a lot, but I appreciate your enthusiasm in trying to kill him that way. Mm. All right. All right. All right. Fun's over. Fun's actually over. Oh, he's so hot. Hey, Carlos. Hey.
Hey, easy, lady. I got you.
Who are you?
Not lady.
My name's Carlos, and I'm saving you. Come on, let's get you someplace safe.
My name's Carlos, and I'm saving you. True. Spill bestie, I guess. Hey, Key.
I think we're in the clear.
Hope so.
We've been bringing survivors here.
Here where?
My guys have converted some subway cars into a shelter. It's safe.
I'm fine.
Personal space. Okay, I get it. Let's go.
See, I love this. For me, para me, y'all know I hate a mullet, but if like, I like a shag. Like a shag on a guy is like cute.
Close this. Sorry, we're gonna have to go around.
Hey, what do you know about
For me. Para me.
Nothing. I never seen anything.
Long hair sometimes can be cute. I don't know.
Zombie. He knows
It's just like mullets are really not for me. For me, para me.
like that in a man?
No thanks. He's all yours.
Listen, I promise you're in good hands.
Oh, this is where the flirting begins. Hold on. Can you speak up?
Hazard countermeasure service. UBCS for short.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You guys are the ones who caused all of this.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you talking about? We're just here to help people. What's wrong with Umbrella?
What's wrong with Umbrella? Oh my god. Your company is responsible for infecting everyone.
Yeah. I don't know anything about all that. Look, you don't have to trust me, but I'm going to the shelter. You coming?
I don't have anywhere else to go.
It's this way.
I literally don't know. Wait up. Run so fast. Hey everyone.
Hey, Captain. This fine young lady could use our help.
Is that an M&M's poster? Did you see that? Like a budget M&M's poster on the right above. There's like a red candy and a yellow candy, like the red M&M and the yellow M&M. Do you see that?
Elite operative of RPD, Special Tactics and Rescue Service. Her name is something Valentine.
It's Jill.
Look!
Nice to meet you, Jill. I am UBCS Platoon Leader Mikhail Victor. My team was sent here to rescue civilians.
Right. How's that going for you?
The city is completely cut off, isolated. Most of the 100,000 civilians will wind up dead. Correction, undead.
Very funny.
My platoon has suffered serious losses. Just keeping them alive is more than I can manage.
Well, you can thank your corporate overlords for that.
Yes. Well, we are doing all we can. If we can get this subway train moving, we can evacuate some survivors.
Some.
But we need help. My men cannot do this alone.
That's what you said you were here for. Why can't your men do it by themselves? Personally, I think men should do everything themselves. Because they're men, and they need to do everything. And they're worthless and just wallets.
It's cool. We all want the same thing.
Thank you, Jill.
Yeah, thank me later.
Here you go.
With money.
We can use this to stay in contact.
I know what a radio is.
Oh.
Okay, first things first.
Look at that sign.
We need to get you.
That is Dino Bites. This is just M&M's.
All right.
I'm not crazy.
Shit, Captain. They really took a chunk out of you.
Nothing that I will miss.
What am I doing? Oh. Am I waiting for you, Carlos? Okay, bye. Is there anything in here I can use? You're gonna give me nothing? I wanna look at these posters. Oh, a Mega Man poster! That's cute. I wish there was like a... I wish there was like a Street Fighter one. This crown is like cutting into my brain. I like feel it itching my brain.
It's me again. You topside yet?
Working on it. So what's the plan?
So sharp.
Got me clearing the tracks. You mind getting the subway infrastructure back online?
And how do I do that?
Let's start by restoring power. I'll navigate you to the substation once you hit the main road.
Copy that. Let's do this fast.
Nice herb. Oh, there's a lot of loot right here. What the fuck? Yes, I know how to combine items. Thank you so much. Why is it locked?
It almost looks like I could get this working if I plug in the right whatever it is.
Okay. Work, Diva.
More survivors. We've got to get that train moving.
Yeah, I don't want to waste ammo, honestly. Oh, hey guys. Gagged. Oh, gagged. Oh my god. Oh lord.
I've reached the main avenue. Which way do I go?
See a big transmission tower? That's the substation. You'll have to circle around through an alley to your right to get there.
You mean the alley that's on fire?
Maybe. Surely a tall drink of water like yourself can put out a few flames.
Fuck you.
If Carlos was flirting with me, my legs would be spread for this man. I'm sorry.
Gotta put this out.
No shade to Jill, but like, because she's girl bossing it up. I'ma go. Okay, I missed. Get off me. Is the McDonald's? Nope. With some gowns over here. Beautiful gowns. She injured? Oh, shit. This is locked. Oh, it's not. I have no idea. Please don't get up. Jesus Christ. I suck at aiming. Okay. I hear bobblehead. I don't really care about it. Is there something down here? Me. She's so me. Gagged him. All right. In the remakes, the zombies just last way too long. Like, they literally, like, outlive everything. All right, I'm gonna go. Okay. God forbid I do a dodge and it actually lands. All right. I need bolt cutters. Ah.
This must be the subway company's offices. Huh. Nothing.
I didn't know you could just run around like this. Like, you have to come back here later. I didn't know that was like the vibe. You just do whatever you want. That kind of scared me. Don't do that again. Know your place. Me, gentlemen.
There.
Queen. Bolt cutters. Slay the world. Give me this. Give me that shit. I don't know why I'm in so much pain with this. Like, hurts so bad. I'm like, why not put it somewhere that it's not like cutting into my skull? Like, hurts a lot. Quickly readjust it in the mirror. That looks fine. There's like 2 clips in the back of it, and the 2 clips are like rocking my head right now. Like, please. Hey, stutter guy. Oh, eh. I am ready.
Is someone in here?
Is someone there? My house got egged? No! People are so annoying. I wouldn't be shocked if mine did, but I haven't gone outside, so I don't know.
Come on, don't look at me like that, alright? I'm not infected. No, wait, please!
Oh!
What the fuck?
He was infected.
He might have been infected.
Oh, stars, this soft. No wonder so many of you dead.
And what are you, UBCS? Killing your own people?
He would have turned. Where's your sense of self-preservation? Go back to the subway station. We don't need a bleeding heart like you getting in the way.
It smells like spray paint, and something about spray paint, I like the smell of it, even though it's like, get high off the fumes, but it smells good. I live near a high school, and all the teenagers were dressed up like the Purge. That is scary. Like, actual members of the Purge thing. That's scary, like, actually. Please don't get up. Oh, he had a suicide note. That is very sad. I will not be reading that though. So sorry for your loss, but I'm not reading a note. Sorry. That's horrible. Not in this lifetime. Ow. A jump scare? All right. Stupid dog. I hear it. Please get off my back. Nope. What the heck? That is so unfair. I shot you like 10 times in the titty. Stay down, freak. Thank God I didn't use this. I would like to go get the shotgun. But we're here, so...
It smells like...
Shit.
I don't even wanna think about it.
Oh my God, my dogs are going crazy today because it's Halloween, so everybody's walking around. My dogs are just barking. Oh, I don't think we come here yet. Am I going to the... Is this the substation? This isn't it. Yeah, this isn't it. We don't come here yet. Yeah, it's usually my little dogs. So we have 3 dogs. We have a little Yorkie, then we have she's like a mixed lab, and then we have a rescue dog, and she has 3 legs. I don't know what kind of dog she is, but you would think that the dog that has 3 legs that has a lot of trauma with people would bark more than the little dog. No, my little dog is such like a little bitch. Like he's like literally like Scrappy Doo. Like he actually is just like a spoiled little brat and always barks and yaps, and like he always gets them both going because like when he starts barking, they start barking. So it's never the big dogs that are barking. It's always him that starts it. Girl, please. Not what I wanted. What's up? You. Sorry, I'm sitting like gamer hunch. My gamer hunch has been so bad lately. Depression. I'm gonna text Nem Happy Halloween, but I guess I should see if she's live first, please. Oh, I really haven't texted anybody Happy Halloween. I'm a terrible person. You know what's funny actually, on my Twitter circle, I posted something and then I replied to somebody and I said, oh, you need to text me first because I have insane anxiety about messaging people because I feel like I'm a bother and a burden and I don't want to interrupt anybody's schedule. And the first reply was just like nothing else, just said Pisces. And I was like, damn. I mean, true, but I was like, damn. What the? Thank you. I've been really excited about this look since I started doing my Halloween stuff, just because, like, I honestly want to do a series of, like, a lot of the video game characters and women that inspired me growing up to identify as, like, trans femme. Like, I want to do Lindsay from Total Drama. I want to do Eris from Billion Man D. I mean, I've done them, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to make a list of, like, characters that helped me when I was a baby. Eris being one. How do I show off the gap in my tooth more? Hey. It's camp. Oh, my eyelash getting caught to my other eyelash on the bottom of my eye. Jeez. Yeah, I had to paint like a tooth enamel. I wanted to do a Monster High. It looks so bad. I just like, I don't know. Also, like, Halloween is all the time for me, so I could just do them whenever, but because there are so many looks that I had planned to do that I just didn't do because I've been tired. And that's because I went to 2 conventions and traveled across the world twice in the same month. Like, I think it's valid that I relax a little bit. Are we going the right way? I need you to stay down. Thanks, bud. Oh, it is that way. Wait. Oh, I just ran back for no reason. I could have just... Wait, no. Wait, I can go get the shotgun. Okay, but seriously, I'm stupid as fuck. Myth, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. All right, excuse the fuck out of me. Oh, she smacked the fuck out of him. I just really want a gold gun. I honestly just like, I see comp as like norms, which is bad. I shouldn't, but that's just how I see it lately. Just cause like you're still playing. Can I have a moment of peace? These zombies are rocking me. Can I? Stay down, bottom. See, I don't know. Like, I really, considering, like, okay. I do have a gold gun already, but I'm getting another one. I have one for Ash because gold Bob. That's exactly the reason why I got it. It was because in Overwatch 1 I had played like a couple seasons, and then before the game closed I got the gun. I mean, it's worth it. If you're gonna get a gold gun, it's literally get that one. Like, it's the best, like, dynamic. Like, you get a lot of, you literally get more bang for your buck because you're literally getting a fucking entire gold dude, you know what I mean? Which I don't use Ash a lot. I don't play Ash a lot, actually. Which I should. Like, I literally should. I had a really good game as her last night. Like, I was headshot and I was taking names. This is cute. I love, like, this, like, aesthetic, like, the diner. Like, I want to be, like, the diner girl. I want to do, like, a diner girl look. That'd be so cute. I played comp until I had enough to get Sim's gold gun and then never again. Hi, MSK. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why aren't the gold turrets and teleporter gold, but Ash's is like... I was, like, looking at the variety. So if I were to get a gold gun now, I think my options and who I would pick between are Symmetra, Echo, May, Widow, and maybe either Hanzo or Genji. Which is weird, but I think Hanzo and Genji are on the lower end. But the reason I really want to get Widowmakers is because literally that's where my drag last name comes from. I feel like it's like my namesake. Like, I kind of have to get it. And I also have all of her customizations. She's the only character I have everything unlocked for. The only thing I don't have is her gold gun. So I feel like that I need to do to finish the evolution. And And then I also, there have been theories that Widowmaker's getting her feelings back. Like she is, in the story, she's gonna have feelings and she's gonna like be more of an anti-hero opposed to like a bad guy. She's gonna be like a Catwoman, which I think is like so hot. Like I can't wait for that. So that's kind of another reason why I want to get it for her. But I'm so bad at playing her. Like her kit is not good. Like it's good for people that are really good at snipers, but like if you want to play a sniper that has utility and like you feel like you can survive more off of not just getting headshots, play Hanzo or Ashe. Because Widow is just headshot gameplay, and I'm terrible at getting headshots. What class did you have, Maddie? May's in timeout. No, I think she's so good still. People really undersell her with her nerf, but she's still really good. I've gotten all my wins in comp from playing May. She has insane damage output. Just because like her freeze that used to be a freeze, it's just a flamethrower. It's literally, it does so much damage. Oh, this is for... We don't need that. Wait, is she really? May is? Why did they do that? Who am I gonna play in comp? I'm so upset. Oh, wow. What's that noise? Nami, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Why do I hear like slurping noises? Like, what is that? Also, I'm exploring part of the map I don't need to. What's happening? Where is this shotgun? Wait, it's this way. I forgot where it was. Excuse me. Hi, my chat knows. Welcome in. Is the name a reference to something? Am I just stupid? If I'm stupid, I'm gonna shoot this and explode my character. I feel silly. Hello? Well, welcome in. Happy to have you. So what now? 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 Oh, easy peasy. Get owned. Alright, I would like the shotgun. Perfect. Happy Halloween. I keep forgetting it's Halloween. Oh. It is now the second year that... Sorry, it's not funny. Can you please? How did I miss? I'm using a shotgun, bro. Okay. There's something over here. What the? Are you guys partying over here? All that for shotgun shot, girl, please. What the? Is that a Chucky emote? Oh, gagged. I need to get new emotes soon. I still haven't filled out my emote slots from when I got partner, and that was the only reason I wanted partner was more emote slots, and I still haven't done it. But I just don't have like any, like I've been traveling so much, I haven't had really extra money to commission my emote artists to do more emotes. I gotta do a subathon. I haven't done a subathon in a couple months. I wanna do our 24-hour subathon again. I think we're at 47 hours. I wanna get to 48. Jim Krabs, Mr. Krabs. There was somewhere, okay. There was somewhere that I wanted to, like, we unlocked, but I can't find it. I lost it. Wait, where is the tower? It's this way. Excuse me. All right, we're back on track, I think. I'm not myself tonight. Tonight I'm not the same girl, same girl. That song goes hard. Christina's honestly underrated as hell. Just saying. She's kind of a queen. I say that and someone's gonna be like, did you know she voted for Trump or something terrible? I feel like every time I say something about someone I really like and I have no idea about them, they're gonna be like, problematic. Like when I was like, yeah, Helena Taylor, like I stand with her, and then everybody was like, well, she's a TERF, and I went, okay, well, never mind. Embarrassing for me. All right. This isn't the right way either. I am stupid. The Bayonetta witch time, literally. I really want to play the new game. I'm hopefully I'm gonna be able to use someone's login to play Bayonetta 2 and 3. I'm not playing it anytime soon though. It's not on my checklist.
If only I had my lockpick.
What is that? Oh, it's the thing we need. Give me that. The way it's gonna say my inventory's full. Yeah. Pfft, awkward.
Oh my god.
What? Oh. Yeah, we were supposed to come this way. Well. I'm stupid. Well, Jesus. I don't even know what we're gonna do for November, honestly. I know I'm hopefully gonna travel at the end of November just because it's a hard month for me. Oh, Pokemon comes out. So we'll be doing that. Oh. Hello? You stop. Not me and who. I don't know how many more me and who's I got left in me. Can I heal, or is it like... I think I have to find something. This is so gross. I'm gonna ignore the giant thing on the ceiling behind me. Hi. Yeah, my boyfriend really isn't for anything either, and that's because he doesn't fucking exist. I go right back into the dying state. Okay. Oh, I didn't know I could run. Work. At least for now. I just can't wait until I can like dress up as like Starfire, and then my partner can dress up as Robin. Or like I can dress up as Beast Boy and someone could be Raven. Or the opposite. When that happens, I think I will cry. Honestly, that would mean so much to me if somebody that I was like with or like together with dressed up as like someone from the Teen Titans, because I love the Teen Titans so much. I would literally sob. It'd be like my makeup would cry off. Oh, can I get that through the wall? Ugh. That's a booty hole.
Done. Time to get the hell out of here.
Oh shit. Fuck. Ew. Well, that was horrible.
Okay. All that leaves is the main power switch. Enjoy that.
And that's Mother. Where to now? Oh, subway station. We gotta go to Subway. Oh, thank God, more inventory space. I needed that.
Carlos, it's Jill. I've restored power to the subway.
Nice going. Next up is the traffic control system. It should be in the subway company's offices.
Right. I think I know the building.
Really? Way to go, partner. One step ahead.
Not your partner.
So quick to say that now, Jill. Wait until you see him shirtless. Hello.
Shitting me?
Oh my Jesus, he runs so fast! Why did I literally just die that fast? Okay, anyways. Oh, I know, literally. Or on my Twitter. I mean, I'm not complaining. Carlos is a fine drink I want to swallow.
Are you shitting me?
Oh shit, you have to time it. I didn't think you had to time it. Fuck me in the ass. Oh, thank you. Oh, never mind, he killed me. I thought he punched me out of it. I was like, you are so generous, King. Anyways. Hello.
Are you shitting me? Carlos! That thing is still alive! It's after me!
What? Run! Come back to the station.
Not until I get traffic control online.
I have no healing. Girl. Oh my Jesus. Hello? I don't have time for this! Oh my God. Oh my God! Ah! Am I safe? Somebody help me. I didn't get the memo that I was supposed to turn something online. I'm so sorry. I was just looking for health because I'm literally fucking dying. Please help me. Literally, she's like limping around dying. He's like, thank you so much. Why is the music picking up? Marty, I'm scared. Oh, I don't think this is the right way. Yeah, it's here. Well, what am I supposed to do? I don't have any health. Um. Yeah, I do actually. I would like to switch to assisted mode. Thank you. Thanks for asking. Literally just, oh. Oh, we're back here, so this is a good spot. Oh, and I have this? You're so generous at assisted mode. I love you. Hi, Ava. Happy Halloween. Are you excited for tomorrow for Genshin? Oh, baby, I'm excited. Oh, I'm so excited I could shit. I'm excited for... Did you see all the memes, like, that the new character that they added is, like, Miku, but Genshin? Kind of funny. I'm excited for the new boss fight, because I really want a new weekly boss to farm materials, because I'm really tired of doing the same shit every week. I'm excited for the new story chapter, because it's going to be really good. I'm excited for Nahida, because I'm going to pull for Nahida. Hopefully we get that streamer luck. I'll be streaming... Not tomorrow. I think I'm going to stream on Wednesday just because the update does come out at like 12 o'clock. So I think I'm going to take tomorrow off and then I'll play it the following day. I need to go to the subway station. So it looks like don't go out this door. I need to go out the right door. Wait. Didn't I come from this way, though? Wait, this isn't right. Subway office, subway power, substation. Where is the power office? Oh, is this it? Control room? That's gotta be it. Because there was like a cutscene, so they wouldn't like do a cutscene and then go the opposite way. That's silly. Oh my god, I have to go far. That's really far. I've never had Subway in my life. The closest thing I've ever gone to Subway was when I was with Lacroix at TwitchCon and it was super late and we just wanted drinks. So we went to Subway and got like soda. That's the closest to eating Subway I'll ever get. I've never even been in a Subway until that moment with Lacroix. It's crazy to think that TwitchCon happened. Just like thinking about it, I'm like, I met so many people that are just like online now. I'm like, damn, that sucks. Come back. Is that like not the right way? I need them to be flipped. Go. Not comfy. at all. Okay. Perfect. I've never had a Subway sandwich. I'm not a sandwich type of girl though, so like I like don't like eating sandwiches. I'm more of a finger food type of gal. Like yum 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 yum. Well, that's what I do when I order Uber Eats and stuff. I order like a bunch of food so I can have leftovers. It's like ordering out is expensive, so like if you're gonna do it, you should just get more while you're doing it. Hi. Oh, he can do that on the stairs! Oh! I just walked into a dead end. Let me down! Goodbye! Oh my god, this is the wrong way. Oh my god. When I loop the killer, oh my god. Whoa! I'm gonna go back up here. Excuse me! Don't like jump at me. I'm scared. No, literally, I'm screaming. Get off. Okay, in here. Not him walking out of the pharmacy. Oh, shit. Excuse me.
Okay, back again.
Okay.
Carlos,
Did it.
I'm in the control room. Now what?
Nice. Now you gotta plot out a route.
Okay, give me a sec.
She's cute. Oh, I wanted to add her to my cosplay list. I want to, if I'm gonna cosplay anybody from Overwatch, well, Diva and Ashe. I want to do Diva really bad. I know that's like generic, like everybody does a Diva cosplay, but I like really want to do one just because I think it would be really cute. I have to use the restroom though. I'll be 2 seconds. Oh, Marshall walks in when I leave. Yeah, Marshall, I wasn't even on the screen when you said that. The fuck is wrong with you? I like when I wear gold because it makes all this like ASMR. wearing like a cincher and it's like not working. Clearly. Oh my god. I just want to sit comfortably. Okay. Good. You gonna do... Oh my god, I'm literally playing Borderless full screen. It's not letting me go over to my chat. I would probably do the one that's cheapest. I don't like spending a lot of money on my drag. Honestly, yeah. I'm that type of girl.
All right, where are we headed?
The train is stopped at Redstone Street. We need to reach Fox Park Station. Can you program that in?
Hey, I'm Super Cop. Consider it done.
Not a flex, Jill. Let's not flex that. We're gonna edit that out. I know. People love to clock people on Drag Race and everything, and I'm like... And people also, on the surface level, think drag is so easy. First of all, you have to get good at makeup, and it takes like a solid 1.5 years for most people to get good at makeup. Also, hair is expensive nowadays. It used to be super cheap, like just getting a synthetic wig and go. Human hair is the spot if you really want it to be a good wig. Then also on top of that, styling wigs too is expensive. Not only that, makeup, like you're going back to the makeup, your makeup literally, if you want good makeup that's gonna last you, is gonna cost you upwards to $500 to get a full face done. Like my full face today is probably upwards to like $250. Like bronzer, eyeliner, lashes, foundation, setting spray, lipstick, lip liner, mascara, highlight, like it's insane. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think I've said this on stream before, like, I saw a TikTok that was like this guy and he was talking about like his dates with like his girl, and he was like, I don't mind paying for the meal, I don't mind paying for the Uber, I don't mind paying for the drinks, I don't mind paying for this, and that, because she has to spend a majority of the money on heels, makeup, hair, nails, like all of the things to keep like her looking pretty. And like, not that she doesn't, like, not that she needs it, but like, it's just like, it's just femme versus mask. Like mask guys can just throw on a shirt and like a little bow tie and a pair of like jeans, and that's it, and y'all are calling it cute, which it is cute. But then like femme people, we literally have to get, so you don't have to, but like if we're talking about the grander scheme of like that trope of like feminine versus masculine guys can get away with wearing gray sweatpants, and like we're on the floor like moaning and screaming and like coming our pants, like like, oh my god, gray sweatpants season, like, please. Well, that's why I'm happy we are sponsored by G Fuel, and G Fuel pays for a lot of my great things in life, and I love them so much, and they give me a lot of great opportunities. And Capcom creators, and AMD Red Team, and did I mention 2K? So true. The year's almost over, but this has really been my year. It might not seem like it, but it's definitely been my year. I can't believe we got partner this year too. That's still like really hasn't hit me. Marshall, you should have. Oh, I'm so sad now. You should have done a Hostel Gato look because your mullet, and he has a mullet. Hostel Gato and Billy and Mandy. I'm sure you haven't fucking watched it. He has a red mullet and an eye patch, And you should have got like a muscle suit or something and like a tank top. It would have been so funny. Well, like this interaction between Eris and Hostelgado is so funny. I was gonna do a TikTok of it.
That happens to be Eris.
Just the egg.
That happens to be Eris, the goddess of chaos.
Yeah, so?
She'll use her charms to steal your heart.
Sounds good so far.
So real. He's just a man. I love it. Sounds good so far. I used to have a biggest crush on Hostelgado. Like, I thought I was Eris when I was a kid. I was like, oh my god, Hostelgado, drive your pickup truck and pick me up in your tank. I was like, it's so pretty. I logged in today, Stutter Guy, before I fucking started stream, and it's still there! The Karate Doomfist skin, twice! It's the Karate Doomfist bundle, and then the Karate Doomfist skin singular. Every day it's in my shop. Every fucking day. I'm like, I don't play Doomfist! What is the tea? I can't. So stupid. How do I even do this?
Please enter our route.
I'm gonna be stuck here forever. Do I have to look back there?
What did he say? Redstone Street to Fox Park.
Okay, Redstone Street to Fox Park.
What did he say? Redstone Street to Fox Park.
Okay. Hi, Aitland. Redstone Street to Fox Park. Okay, so it's down. Thank you. I literally can't. I'm not gonna be able to finish this. Did you see that one TikTok that was like, Echo's bad, and he used her beam on someone with full health? I was like, girl, read her kit. Like, she's literally actually cracked for damage. Boo! You scared me! I played a sound effect, but it didn't work. Okay, it worked. We're playing Minecraft. I can't read this map because I literally can't see without my glasses. Sorry, I'm thinking about that video we watched last night, House. At least I try to look feminine! Oh, cute! I did Cruella last year. This is one of my favorite looks. It's actually my profile picture on my email. My Cruella picture from last year. I literally dread playing against her, especially as a support. Yeah, I got like 8k damage on her the other day, and I was pretty proud of that. Well, 10k by the end of it. Oh! The bottom of this apple is like weak. It's like hollow now. What? I'm spanking it. Yeah, you like that? Why is it like floppy? It's like it's a prop. That's so weird.
What did he say? Redstone Street to Fox Park. What did he say? Redstone Street to Fox Park. say? Redstone Street to Fox Park.
What did he say?
Unable to establish route. Please try again.
How do you get it down there then? That doesn't make sense. What? I'm actually confused. Well, so I've learned by playing comp and like just watching other Overwatch streamers, the meta right now is a lot of supports that do damage. Like Kiriko, Bap, and Ana have really good damage outputs and like can sustain, but people like Mercy and like who else is a support? Mercy, well, Brig is good too, but like Mercy is kind of like, she doesn't have a lot of damage output. I mean, you really would only use, like if you're gonna try to get damage, you have to damage boost a lot, but you also have to be healing at the same time. You can't like sustain and heal at the same time, opposed to like Batiste and not Mercy, and Ana that can use her grenade, and then Kiriko has crazy damage output. Like insane damage output right now.
What did he say? Redstone Street to Fox Park.
Yeah, she got unlocked. Apparently May is disabled like Bastion now. Someone came in and said that, which sucks. That makes me sad. Oh, I can go down and up. Okay. No, I didn't want to. Okay. Need to do. That's not what I wanted.
Valid route confirmed.
Carlos, it's me. I finished inputting the subway.
Work.
Jill, you are amazing. Tough as nails, too. Hurry back to the station. We'll make sure the subway's ready to depart.
I want to like take a day. I think tomorrow I'm going to do this. Tomorrow I just want to like reminisce in the Overwatch lore, because I was watching like TikToks and stuff and I don't know a lot about the lore anymore. Like I was like, what is the relationship between Cassidy and Echo? And apparently they have like a deeper relationship because the person that made Echo was like really fond of Cassidy. And like, then I started thinking like, what is Genji's lore with Hanzo and Kiriko? Apparently Kiriko and Genji used to be friends and played in the arcade on Hanamura back in the day, but I never knew that. I'm like, I think tomorrow I'm gonna just take the day and watch like Overwatch lore videos, because I didn't know all this shit. And I didn't know Soldier 76 was besties with Widowmaker's husband before Widowmaker killed her husband. I didn't know that, but I found that out yesterday. I also didn't know Moira is the one that makes Sigma go crazy. I also didn't know that Batiste used to work for Talon and the bad guys, but then he realized, he thought he was doing good, but then he realized that they were bad and he switched sides and betrayed them. Yeah, that's what I saw, that he's in love with the doctor, but the doctor is like gone. It does sound like a soap opera. It's crazy. Why do I hear movement? Well, they said they're gonna add like the story mode, and the reason why they took out a lot of maps from the rotation is because some of those maps are being used for the PvE, like Blizzard World and Numbani. People said that they're using those for the PvE. I have no idea how they're gonna fit Blizzard World into that. I miss playing that map though. I miss the 2 capture point maps. I'm like, I miss them. What is this? Oh. This game had me until they took out the worm boss. See, I don't even know that because I haven't played the original. I only watched like my cousins play the original game. I haven't seen the original game in forever. I would love to play it because it's on PlayStation. If I can get my hands on it. Step on up. Hey, Circo, how you doing? How is this game? I'm literally only playing it because I can finish it in one stream because it's so short. No, this is Fortnite. This is Jill from Fortnite. She's in Fortnite. That's the girl from Fortnite. Okay. He gagged me. How are you doing? Happy to see you in the stream today. I was actually in your stream the other day, but I was too shy to say anything. I think you were playing DBD and then you said something about like bottoms and then I was like, oh, I'm a go. Throw the god palette. I'm literally dead. My danger. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Watch him break through this wall right now. I will literally shit my pants. Okay, I'm 1 hit right now, so let's make it count, chat. You'd be surprised of how much they cut out, I think. I mean, I know how much they cut out, but I haven't like actually played it. I'm gagged that they really... It's so crazy that Blue Exorcist stole from Genshin. Crazy. Also crazy that like Zelda stole from Genshin. Like I can't believe that. Do you remember when Genshin came out and everybody was like, oh my god, it stole from Breath of the Wild? That was, we were literally like at our lowest. I was saying that people find the stream with the bottom tag. Oh my god, yeah! Oh my god, yeah, it was that. I was like, they are so funny with the fucking tags of the stream. I think one of my tags is still, please be nice, I'm fragile. And that's what I streamed like 2 weeks ago when I had a breakdown. But I had to because sponsor. Oh my god, Junkenstein is so hard. Oh. I mean, I don't know if Junkenstein's hard or not, you know what I mean? Like, that's his business. Oh! Which time? Thank you so much for the... Hello? Thank you, Spaghetti-O, for the follow. Excuse me, open the door. The reload time? Girl, please. I'ma go. Oh, I can slander Genshin because I'm obsessed with it. So bad. When do I get this lockpick thing? Wait, I have a lockpick. My fucking dumbass this entire time was like, when am I gonna get the thing to unlock all these doors? And I literally could have been doing it this entire time. Okay. Another day. Anyways, happy Halloween.
Nice job, Super Cop. I'm impressed.
We back in business?
Yeah, mostly. But we need 30 to 40 minutes to finish maintenance. Nikolai,
I also need 30 to 40 minutes to finish some of my maintenance when you're in the room, Carlos. I'm sorry.
Why is she here?
She's helping get the trains running again.
Bad time to start getting dead weight, friend. She's unreliable.
You were thinking it. Don't even.
Hey, take it easy.
She'll get you killed.
Sorry about that. Everyone's a little worked up. Oh, come on. Not again.
It's me he's after.
Hey.
I'll buy you some time.
Hey,
Joe!
wait, Joe! No!
You...
Damn it.
She was so weird for this.
Yeah, stalker.
Oh, gagged. Give me this.
You want stars? I'll give you stars.
You want stars? Come on, Tubby. Gagged. Tubby. Jill, open it. 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 Open the door. Jill. She was really bizarre for this. Like, what are you doing? Girl, he can break the brick wall right next to you. I wouldn't even wait. I wouldn't even waste your time.
Carlos, do you copy? Carlos?
What Halloween activities? You got pumpkin spice poppers? Did you dress up as a Modern Warfare character? Was that your costume?
Oh, what was that?
What was that? Yes, I saw on a TikTok live with oh my god, what's their name? Fuck, what's their name? Terry Joe.
Door won't budge. Looks like it needs a power source.
Okay. I love Madonna's unhinged era. It's so fucking funny. Like when she did that TikTok of her being like, if I miss, I'm gay. And then she went, ooh. So stupid.
I'm definitely burning these clothes.
A Resident Evil game loves to put you in the suit. I'ma go. I'ma go. I'm not even gonna ask. Like, I'm actually not gonna ask. Just down here. I was gonna say, Jill, you need to get something so we can blow them up. I hear them outside the door. Very uncomfortable. Very silly. I really can't eat candy. I will get, I'm trying to go on a diet. I need to lose weight. Oh wait, SmackDown's on tonight. No! Wait, no it's not. Oh, wait, Raw's on tonight. Why Why did that just happen? Did you guys hear that? This is warm. I was literally fucking freezing earlier. If Nikki beats Bianca, girl, I can't. Like, be serious. Oh, I can't eat Reese's. I'm allergic. Peanut butter. Peanut butter. That voice line Winston has in Overwatch. Peanut butter. Yes.
What the fuck was that?
Very much so, actually. Like, deathly allergic to peanut butter. Well, I'm being dramatic, not deathly, but I will break out in eczema all over my body if I have peanut butter. So I'll feel like death, but not sure I would actually die. Maybe. Do you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? Maybe. Aw, man, this is the wrong way. I will never know the experience of loving peanut butter. Like, I could actually never experience that. Everybody loves it. Like, they were just talking about it on IMHO. They were like, I love, like, just eating peanut butter. I'm like, I will never know this experience. I would assume not because it lives in the sewers, Miss Jill, but you know. Yeah, I was that person in the cafeteria that had to sit at the allergic to peanut butter table. Did you guys have that? They had like designated tables for us for kids that were allergic to peanut butter. A work. 2 inventory slots. Girl, I was already getting bullied because I was the long-haired femme kid. Oh, I can trash this. People that are allergic to medicine, I feel so bad. You know what I'm talking about? Like, some people are allergic to, like, amoxicillin and stuff like that, or whatever it is. Back in my day, Well, some people don't even know what fucking Billy and Mandy is. Can you believe that? Some people don't even know what Cartoon Network was. Like the shows that we watched back in the day. Billy and Mandy aired in 2001. Oh, that's when the towers fell. So, oh my God, too soon. What? Thinking about... You never mind. Never mind. I'm not thinking about anything. I dated somebody that their father, like, passed... He was one of the firefighters in 9/11, and, like, his grandfather owned all of the 9/11 museums in New York City, and he had so much money, but he was not a very nice gentleman. My ex-boyfriend. Hope he's alive, though. Do you ever, like, think of that? Like, I hope my ex is okay. Well, the other day I asked my friend, were you even alive when the towers fell? And they were like, no. And I was like, oh, well, I was on a bus to go to an aquarium in New York and almost died in 9/11. We weren't even out of the womb yet. So... Can you guys get a clue? Be serious. Yes, Stutter, that was so funny. That's why I made the joke tonight. Wait, do I still have the gap in my tooth? Is that rubbed off yet? It's still there. Oh my God, this tooth enamel is crazy. I've literally been talking out of my ass this whole stream. And like slurping and sucking down a drink and it's still on my teeth. I probably look ridiculous. I can't even see what I look like, but I probably look so silly. Happy birthday, Cole Witz. Is it still your birthday? It still is your birthday. Happy birthday to the Scorpio Twink. Happy birthday. I hope Pokemon is great. I think that rhymes. I think Eris is based on Madonna. No, not I think. She was based on Madonna. Like, I'm not even lying. Watch it not come off. Well, I'll post an update later. You have to brush your teeth. It's literally, I have it right here actually. It's literally just like, it's Mayron's tooth enamel, and people use it for like zombie makeup to black out their teeth to make them look sharper. So they like angle it so it makes it look like you have sharper teeth. But tooth effects, black noir, and then you just brush your teeth, or you have to like, you could have rhymed with I'm glad you're not straight. True. Do you want me to sing it again? Do you need me to get the candles? Happy birthday, Twink! The he-him is loud. And he can be. Just today, though, because it's his birthday. Can you get a clue? My God. It is true, though. Glad you're not straight, but you do have to act straight in front of your straight besties. I would love to see that, actually. It would be kind of funny how you act in front of your straight friends. Yo, what's up, bro? Eris doing poppers. This does look like poppers, actually. Pumpkin spice. Okay, this is gonna get on my dress, and I don't want that to get on my dress. Oh my god, wait. That does smell. Wait. That smells good. Asuka and Alexa are back. Thank God. Thank God. I don't know why that's fun. I'm like, Wonder Woman. Wait, what if in like Superman world and like Marvel world, instead of like their arm cuffs trying to resemble like armor, what if instead, you know how like some gay people get like the tattoo that's like how far they can fist? What if instead they wear arm guards up until where they can fist to? So it's like Wonder Woman's probably goes all the way up to here, and then Superman's probably goes up to here. Okay, that was, I took you on a journey for that. Yes, people get lines tattooed for how far they can fist somebody. Yes, guys, I found this out last week and told it last week on stream. I guess some of y'all weren't here, but I was literally gagged. When people get those line tattoos, that means how far they can fist. But like, what do you mean? Like, if someone got like a line tattoo, like, let's say like right here, right? What happens if you go deeper? Like, what happens if you get a new high score? Do you just get another one? And get that one removed? Like, what do you mean? So silly. Me trying to talk about stocks tonight? What? Oh, is this you role-playing as your straight persona? Colwetz, can you get one of those fisting tattoos for your birthday? I'll pay for it. Not that you fisted anybody, but like as like a joke, as a bit. Can we commit to the bit? Everybody's like, what's that tattoo mean? All the gay people know. You seem very informed. I saw a TikTok. I don't like fisting. I don't like sex for that matter. I'm very demisexual, please. My friend has a band around his arm, but it's nearly at his shoulder. What does this mean? Literally, he's fisted somebody up to his... I'll get one on my pinky. So true. Maddie, say happy birthday to Colwitz. That's your buddy. It's his birthday. It really is. It's not, I hate to break the news to you guys, but this gold isn't actual gold. It's cheap gold. So I'm very uncomfortable. And I'm gonna be green tomorrow. Yep, I'm gonna do my Beast Boy cosplay tomorrow. Why don't you put some tape on the other side? So Ava, where were you about 3 hours ago when I was getting into drag? Did you not want to provide that information earlier? Oh, okay. Picking my nose? Did you eat it? Was it good? Hi, Kay. Forbidden fruit snack. I do really want to do... I want to keep doing Beast Boy looks. I saw... Okay, can we talk about the Halloween costumes this year? First of all... Oh, I'm going to say something very controversial yet brave. That's not the sound effect I wanted, but it works. Very controversial yet brave. Ooh, we're about to get heated like I was talking about the cartoons the other week. I'm gonna get heated. Did I lose a nail? I gotta make sure I look good when I say this. Stranger Things was not that fucking good for y'all to do 500 fucking looks from Stranger Things for Halloween this year. And I said it and I'll say it again. It was not that fucking good. Like, all of y'all were Christy, wake up! And all of y'all were Vecna. And all of y'all were some stupid fucking Eddie guy. Like, please! It wasn't that fucking good. My God. Y'all got real quiet for, like, the month that the show aired until Halloween. Y'all didn't say anything about goddamn Stranger Things until literally, like, today. So, let me just say, y'all really aren't, like, you know it's not that good. Just saying. No Stranger Things, only Megan. I mean, I would love that. I think the Halloween costume, so you know, like, every year there's, like, a Halloween costume trope. I think there was, I think last year was Harley and Joker. That's the year. No, it wasn't the year. No, it was, because I think Suicide Squad aired last year. No, when was it? There was a year that was Harley Quinn and Joker. It was like the costume of the year. Oh, and then WandaVision last year. Okay, so, like, let's talk about this year. It was Stranger Things, Stranger Things, Stranger Things, I did actually see a lot of Mystiques. And I did see a lot of Lady Gaga paparazzis. So those are 3. Hi, Mia. Oh my God, I keep burping. Thank you. Stranger Things. Guys, I had it like yesterday. Like, I was talking to Slay Mama 123 about it. We're talking about, like, the Halloween costume that was, like, we saw so many of this year. Let me load up Instagram. Hello? Why did my mom just post a selfie of my sister? Oh. my sister stole my sister's, no, my sister stole my mom's phone and then posted on her Instagram and said trick or treat. It's like, why did she just post a random ass selfie? That's so weird. Oh, okay. Okay. I love y'all. I love y'all. So it's Stranger Things. What else did I just say? Stranger Things. What were we just talking about? Guys. Oh my God, my MS is happening a lot younger than it's supposed to kick in. Okay, yes. Gaga paparazzi. Stranger Things. And I saw, actually, and I love y'all, but I saw a lot of Beast Boys and Ravens and Starfires. I was gagged. Like, I love you, because it's literally that TikTok audio. The TikTok audio that's been trending that's like, TEEN, TNT, TNN. I'm like, where were y'all, like, earlier this year? Like, literally, like, where have y'all been? Where are the Teen Titans fans at? Like, I love y'all, but, like, where's the noise? Like, can we make noise all year round so we get new Teen Titans content? Is that crazy? Like, I literally, like, if there was more noise than just on Halloween for Teen Titans, we would get more Teen Titans content. I'm gatekeeping Teen Titans, but just everybody needs to talk about Teen Titans because I love it so much, and I'm like, oh, thank you so much. I was like, I didn't go as Ghostface. I don't know what you're talking about, but thank you. I have that bag. I use it for everything. I'm gonna use it even when Halloween's over. I love that bag. I got it at Hot Topic for like $2. Yeah, sexy ghost faces are very common. Like every year it happens. But I like seeing the ghost faces that are like like I saw one on TikTok that was like trans colors and it was honestly really cute. Same, I would love old Teen Titans. Well, like I said, I think the people that are doing the Suicide Squad game from next year and the people that did Gotham Knights need to just make a Teen Titans open world game. I also need to see a Rayman 4. Like, I need to make a wish list of games that need to either be remade or we need a new iteration of. I'm gonna post it and manifest it out into the universe. Also very bizarre that we're not getting a Silent Hill 1 remake. Very weird. Apparently Konami said they lost like the files for the game. I'm like, just make a new one. Like, just remake the game. Like, what do you mean? Oh, I gotta add that to my cosplay list. I want to cosplay Cheryl from Silent Hill 3. Oh my god! I just got such a good message. Ah! That's gonna be so cool! Fuck yeah! Oh my god, that's fucking so cool. I can't tell y'all anything about it though, because NDA, but that's so fucking cool! Anyways. Let's just say the devil made me do it. I want to rewatch the Conjuring movies. Those are my favorite movies. I love the actors in that movie, like the two main people, whatever their names are. Oh, we have to go get that battery and then come back in. I gotta do that. Can you believe, I was thinking about it the other day. Can you believe that Santa Claus gingerbread stream with my mom from last year is gonna be a year old already? Remember that stream? It doesn't feel like it's been a year already. Can you believe that? It's almost gonna be a year since that stream. When I made the gingerbread house. If y'all are like longtime followers of the channel, like y'all know that stream. It was with my mom. Yeah, when I attacked it with a hammer. That literally does not feel like a year ago. We're also approaching November, December, January, February, March, April, May. We're like halfway to my 1 year of being partner. It's like, we're like halfway there, like 6 more months. Like, that's crazy. It's already been 6 months. It's just crazy. It's very surreal. Like, I know we're like, I know I've had kind of a rough month, and I know I've kind of had like a rough everything, but it's like crazy to think that this year has actually been my year. I couldn't do it without my mods, so thank you mods and everybody coming to my streams, but like, it's just crazy to think, sorry, I'm not like choking up, I'm actually choking on the air. Like, I got partner, I got Capcom creator, I got 2K, like, I can't believe the amount of things I've gotten this year, like I've dreamed about. And it's also kind of wild that some people don't even like acknowledge that I'm like doing the thing. Like, I'm honestly kind of slaying the house. Like, not to be like gay LGBT, but like I've kind of ate this year up. I've had my ups and downs, but like I really am happy with what I've done this year. And it only seems to be getting better. Slay the world. I'm just like, I'm happy and content with my content and like my it sounds like so tacky, like just like relishing or reveling, whatever the word is, in my accomplishments. But like, I'm happy of where I'm at. I've kind of slayed. Lots of hard work. Also, people just think it's really easy. I'm like, it's not. Like, you gotta work. You gotta work. I pride myself on being very hardworking. So I like to hear it when people are like I remember the other night I was on a Discord call with Achu, and Achu was like, you really put in the work. Like, I really love seeing you thrive, and like your content really inspires me. Like, how do you do it? Like, how do you literally network? And I was like, it's in the name. Like, it's also in the name, but also I'm just like, I don't know. I also like to hear good things about myself. So, you know, if you want to say, Nem, you're a really hardworking person, and I really love watching your content and love seeing you grow from the person you were 2 years ago to now, I would be like, thank you so much. I'm going to go cry in my bed after stream because that was very nice. Would it kill to get a compliment around here? It's like pulling teeth. I mean, I have a gap. Pulling teeth, get it? Haha. Gap tooth. Haha. I keep having to check the tooth because I feel like it's getting blurry. What was the point of coming into this room? Hello? Is someone in here? Security room? There's just gunpowder in here. That's it. Oh, she's fucking moaning and groaning. Did you see, Mia, that Marisol released Slay the World merch? I gotta buy it. I'm gonna buy it and make it like a crop top and like cut it up, and I'm gonna wear fishnets under it. It's gonna look hot. Where is the next objective? Oh, this is not where we need to go. Where is this? Where am I going? I'm lost. I got lost. What is that? How do I get into that room? Oh. Oh, I didn't realize this was a new area. Wait, is it? Wait. What's happening? I think I'm lost. Penis music.
Carlos, can you hear me now?
Jill. Oh, thank God. Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm alive. I lost him.
Great. The subway's ready to go. We'll leave as soon as you make it back.
I don't think it's gonna be that easy. Oh, I was right. Oof. Now, where'd you get that? How'd your life change? Oh, he's mad. Oh, gagged.
You can use weapons?
Is that Thanos? Yeah. That's Thanos. Thanos D's nuts. Very good.
I gotta get out. Quick.
Did he just scream stars? Stars. I'm a star! I'm a star! Please, I'm a star! Star! I want a drink, please. Ah! Tentacles. Yummy. Into my butt. Who said that? Maddie, why would you say that? My bad. Can you go? Hi, Joy. Can we please get a shout out for Joy? I love Joy so much. Oh my god. Let me tell y'all, I have a different love for Joy after TwitchCon. That was my baby. Marisol and Joy are my babies. I mean, not babies, but like, I love them. What do we got in here? Also, Joy, your looks, I know you're like, you're in your fifis, you're in your feels. Your fucking looks. The Poison Ivy one, I was on the floor. I was like, are you kidding?
All right, let's do this.
I dodge. Oh!
Maybe I can hit the fuel tank.
Oh. I literally have no ammo for this. Wait, I lied. The fire just in her face. I'm surprised there's no Overwatch character that has a flamethrower. There's May, but that's not a flamethrower. Gagged him. A flop. Ah! I'm reloading! Unfair. Unfair. True. What's that? What is he doing? Hello? Anyways. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Stop, drop, and roll. Where is he? Hello? Oh, hey. Oh! Oh, gagged. Oh, he does say stars. I'm a star! Gagged. Oh! I want the music to be turned up. Excuse me, I like the music. I like a good soundtrack. Okay, I have one bullet left! Oh, I have this. Excuse me, Mr. Krabs. Gagged. Oh, well, these were just laying around. I could do this and survive, honestly. I'm just built different. I could survive that. Gotta text Marshy something. Marshall! House! Why did everybody text me this and I didn't see it until now? Oh? I am literally at a loss for words. I can't believe that. I feel so bad. She's like one of my... Honestly, not even saying that because she posted this. She's like one of my favorite wrestlers. Like, that is so sad. So one of my favorite wrestlers just posted 6 hours ago that today is the last day of Pregnancy Infant Loss Awareness Month, and that she wanted to share her story and that she had a miscarriage in September. And that's why she's been not wrestling and not on TV. That breaks my heart. That literally breaks my heart so bad. Ah! Has Corey been on TV? Can you send another line? I can't see the next line you sent. My thing's glitched. The whole time. Oh, wow. So he was probably traveling and she was... That hurts. Oh my god, I could cry for her. Ugh. Literally could cry. She is a gem. Like, it honestly hurts too that when she does make a return, hopefully she does come back to wrestling. I don't think she will anytime soon. Do you think? I don't think she will. Because she wants to have a family. Oh, wow. That makes my heart hurt. I'm glad they're hyping her up online, though. They're posting a lot of Carmella's best matches, though. And now it makes sense why they were doing it. That makes me feel better. That they're at least, like, behind her and supporting her. Because they must have... I mean, obviously WWE internally probably knew.
It's Jill. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. You all right?
Yeah. Bastard's dead.
Good. Fuck him. What were you thinking? Turning yourself into bait. You could have been killed.
Yeah, I know Bailey and Carmella are really close.
I did what I had to.
I know. And thanks. The subway's ready to go. Hurry back.
Honestly, though, I think if she does ever come back, she's gonna get a big push, a lot of love, and she's gonna be, like, the best she's ever been. Like, not saying I want her to take her time to herself, but there's, like, she's gonna be so powerful when she comes back. Like actual untouchable. That would eat if she had another Money in the Bank run. I'm glad she's safe and she's like not in danger or like hurt, or I'm glad she's, you know. Reference to the first game. Oh god, they're comfortable. That's my girl though, for real. Like, I'm a Carmela stan through and through. Yeah, organize this inventory. This is a mess. Oh. Okay.
You're all right.
Yeah, all right's a stretch. Sorry, I got a little jumpy there. Didn't know quite what to expect.
No shit. Look, we're using the subway to get people out of town. You in?
Subway. Well, that's good thinking.
When we get out, there's gonna be a lot to do. We could use a man of your skill set. What's wrong?
Nothing. Just bad timing is all. Yeah. Look, don't worry about me. I'm gonna make other arrangements, okay?
You better. You're the best gunsmith around.
Oh no.
Don't do anything stupid.
Oh.
Oh, that's your job, right?
Poor guy.
Take care, Jill.
So sad.
If you're heading to the station, take that service alley out in front of the shop, okay? The key's hanging on the wall.
Like, if you wait here, he says some more stuff.
It's all right, Pumpkin. It's all right. That's a good girl.
Waiting to see if there's another line. Hi, John. Thank you so much. My favorite one so far, and I've been so excited to do it for so long. I'm glad you enjoy it as much as I do. John, we were just talking about, I don't know if you saw my Instagram story about Carmela. Broke my heart. So sad. I don't want to waste ammo on you. Gagged. Whose house are we in right now? Gagged. Hi, Navi. My house. Where are you from, an Adele? Where are you from, Adele, in England? I can't. I tried. Huh. Me too. I'm happy that everybody's behind her because she needs it right now. Hi, everyone. Oh, I thought I could pick that up. Ava, hold on. Oh. Good timing.
Rocket launcher? Really?
Oh! Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa! I dodge, I dodge. Ow! I know I saw. I hope you recover soon, John.
Carlos, that monster's on my ass again.
Are you shitting me? I thought you killed it.
Nope.
Me too.
That's my evil twin. Oh! I saw you get the Kim GPR, so I said, no, I want to make a TikTok commercial for myself because I want that too. I know, I was so... I applied for it and then they sent me a package and I was very happy because I've never been on a makeup PR, so... Also, I don't know how TikTokers can just do that. Like, for me, I love to take my time with my makeup, so to literally, like, sit there and film something to that extreme of, like, taking the whole step, I'm like, oh my god, like... It takes so much out of me. I'm like, how do you do this like every time you get into makeup? I'm gonna try, but like, I don't know. It was so hard.
Jill, you there? I think I know how to slow that fucker down. Head back towards the station.
And lead him right to you?
It's okay.
Thank you, John. I'm just happy things are, you know, happening. And I'm grateful for every opportunity. Was your username, did it used to have a 1 in it and you changed it? I swear it did. What? I don't see a 1 in it right now. I dodge? Where am I supposed to go right now? Only on Twitter. Oh, okay, got you. I was like, what is this, like, Mandela effect that I just, like, don't remember that you had the 1 in your name? Oh, that's right. Now I remember. Oh! Where am I supposed to go, like, actually? Does it want me to go up the stair? I think it wants me to go up this. No, because we came from here. I know, that's why I ordered all my Halloween stuff early. Because I knew, like... I think Cole was trying to order fake blood. And I was like, you're not gonna get it in time. I'm confused. Yeah, we can't get back up here. Oh. Sorry. Anyways. Hi, Carlos. Hey. Is that a gas station? We better fucking run. He's gonna shoot. He's gonna blow up the gas station. Joy.
You okay? Go. Go.
Come on, forget about him.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
I know, their nails are so nice. I tried ordering some, but they wouldn't let me. I look over and this is what I read, please. So true.
Carlos, I know we didn't get off to a great start, but thanks for the save.
Hey, you saved my ass first. You're a hell of a lot braver than me.
Well, what
Sins,
matters
thank you so much for the follow.
We're out of the city now.
Yeah. Hey, you'll be safe.
What about you?
From the sound of it, I won't be catching the train.
Why not?
No, there'll be new orders.
I don't think as a Capcom creator you can install mods. So I'm like kind of like,
If it means I can help save the city, it's fine by me.
I'm not sure of the intricacies. Katrina. Hurricane Katrina. Oh. Okay, please. Have a good stream. Gonna go act straight. Okay, bye. Happy birthday.
Good
Have fun.
work.
Be safe.
Your reputation is well deserved. Get inside. The subway's about to leave. Carlos, Tyrell, you have your orders. You need to go back out into the city and find that thing.
Okay, well noted. I'll fix my game for next time.
Do not worry. Once the civilians are safe, the train will be back.
It's all right. You're going ahead. I'm not gonna die on you. Leave you in a cold, cruel, Carlosless world.
Okay.
You need to find this scientist. His vaccine research could save us all.
You see? You're learning.
I want another coffee cake. Fireworks for Halloween?
Let's go.
Is this the part when the train blows up? Wait, where's Carlos? Come back! Where are you going?
You don't really seem to think to push it like far as you like, do you?
I have done good authority. Why? Are you worried about teammates? Or something else?
I think I have those.
Funny how brainless zombies can ambush a platoon like that. Funny the gate was locked. Don't you think?
What was that? How is this fucker not dead yet?
Just know they're gone. Come, this way.
Nikolai, what are you doing?
It's not after you.
Get off my train, shitbird!
Oh, it's been a while. Subway's got to be clear of the city by now.
Along with your hot date?
Nah, she's not like that. Hell, she's not like anybody.
All right, keep your head screwed on, Romeo. This is the police station.
You sure? It looks like a cemetery to me.
Hi, sorry. Hi, Lib. Oh, we're back at the thing. I need deodorant. Girl, where is it? I still need to go to the bathroom. And I was just texting. Hey, Huda, how you doing? Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I'm gonna go do, what did I say I needed? I don't even fucking remember. Oh, deodorant. I'm gonna get that. I didn't get the deodorant. God damn it. Okay, well, spoiler alert. I have no idea where my deodorant is, nor do I even think I have it, because I haven't put it on since TwitchCon. Don't even drag me. I still... Okay. Listen. Listen. Listen close. You shouldn't put deodorant on unless you smell, because if you keep putting it on, you're going to smell worse when the deodorant wears off. Just my 2 cents. I smell beautiful. I don't need deodorant every day. if you're like lathering deodorant on, like literally you're gonna sweat and be like, you're gonna smell gross when it wears off. Obviously, when it's not good, you should put deodorant on. But like, if you put it on too much, you're gonna get stinky.
Brad, stop! T. Come on, man. Not you too.
Oh, Marcus.
Sorry. Sorry.
Oh, that's the guy from the beginning of the game. Should have just killed him.
Shit, it's locked. You stay on the
Ew.
door. I got this fucker.
Wait, I'm eating. Okay, he's dead. Let me eat my coffee cake.
It's open.
What if he got up?
That could be useful.
Oh my god, this looks so familiar. Oh my god, is this Dead by Daylight? Yay, Mr. Cthulhu, thank God. I know some of my chat members are too young to get it. But I'm glad you get it. I have the golden apple too. But hi, Mr. Cthulhu. Can we get a shout out? I don't know if, well, Slay Mama just said something. Can you give a shout out to Cthulhu for me?
Intel's still worth a damn than Bard's in the STARS office. Let's find him and take him into custody.
Custody? I thought this was a rescue.
Yeah, there's no pallet right here. Where is it?
Carlos, take a look at this.
Thank you, Slay Mama 123. API error, so true. I need to fix that. That's my bad.
Carlos, get your ass over here.
What? I'm trying to talk to my chat. Jesus.
He knows we'll try to keep him under wraps.
I don't know.
So this search and rescue mission is really more like find and detain. Right. Good.
Anything could happen if I bite into that thing. I'm not talking about the apple. What are you talking about? Carlos's peach?
Call you if I find anything. Hey.
Same.
Be careful.
Yeah.
I should have got the mod that made him shirtless. I just want to motorboat his titties. My mod's fighting for their life to give Mr. Cthulhu a shout out right now. So true. I hope you're doing well. Happy to see you. Thanks for coming to the stream. Just came from my pearls.
What the hell was that?
Guys, it's almost like this game has a relation to Resident Evil 2. What?
Couldn't have been a zombie.
I'm doing good. I got ready really early today, but I don't know. Today was one of those days I was like, oh, I gotta get in drag. I'm happy I did, but I was like, fuck. Like, just wanted to stay in my bed all day. That type of day. But I can do that tomorrow. And by stay in bed all day, I mean I'm probably gonna play Overwatch all day, get angry, sleep. That looks lovely. Oh. So real. Oh. They're so real. Oh. Back it up.
Right. Big, warm RPD welcome.
Who's RPD? Who's role playing? I really want to do a Diva cosplay though. Like, I don't even play Diva, but I really want to get like the stuff for Diva. I don't know. I see like everybody do the Diva cosplay and I'm like, I want that to be me. Like, I want to do it. I want to be a cute like little e-girl and be cute. I want to do like a collection. Like, I love doing looks in a collection so I can feel like a sense of completion, like kind of like a video game. So like when I did Teen Titans, I loved that I did like 3 of my favorite Teen Titans in like succession and it was like really good. So I kind of want to do the same thing for like either like Overwatch or like cartoon characters that like made me, helped me identify. I kind of wanted to do total drama. Like I wanted to do Gwen, Heather, Lindsay, Courtney, like all of, like I wanted to do like a collection of all of them. Like there are so many like cosplays I want to do. I'm currently crafting a list and then I'll chip away at it. But yeah. I think just cosplay is so fun. Also doing like your own adaptation of cosplay. It doesn't have to be completely accurate. Like I realized that this Halloween too. I'm like, you don't have to be exactly accurate. You can just like, if you did like a Beast Boy look for Halloween, you could just have like a green, like you could just wear like a purple shirt and like do like green hairspray or whatever. And people would just be like, oh, that's Beast Boy down. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't have to be like, you need to get the latex bodysuit and the gloves and the belt and then the green skin and then like all of that stuff. Why did he just moan like that? Hello? You unlocked a door. Why did he just like moan? Whenever I get hot AF, I'm gonna sink money into cosplays. Shut up! You are already hot AF. Don't be like, oh my god. Don't be like that. You can't, you have to have the, what is it called? I think it's the thing, it's like manifesting, I think they call it Lucky Girl on TikTok. Like, I'm gorgeous and stunning because I'm a lucky girl, and like I'm so pretty and I deserve all the things in life because I'm a lucky girl. Like I'm just a lucky girl and I'm beautiful and stunning and everybody wants me because I'm a lucky girl. You have to manifest it. I'm a lucky girl. I am a lucky girl. What? What the? I didn't know you could fight. Okay. Oh. I do too. I'm trying to go on a diet, which is bad because I'm about to go. I'm probably traveling for the next 2 months, so I'm probably gonna suck at trying to diet because when I travel, all I want to do is eat fast food. But you know, I'm not as skinny as I used to be. I did a horrible thing. I looked at old pictures of me on Snapchat when I was skinny, and I was like, I hate my life. Can we turn a light on? Use a match. I was about 195 at TwitchCon, 220 in July. I'm down to... Oh. I think that's like a healthy weight though. Like, I like the weight and like curves that I have, but I could just lose a little in my like tummy area. Like, I like that I'm like curvy and like thick, but like I could use like, I kind of like have, I don't want to say like a beer like belly or whatever, but there's like a little that I want to get rid of, that I could definitely get rid of. I usually take I usually go on a 4-mile walk, but since winter is coming, I'm worried. Because every day in the summer I would go on a 4-mile walk, and I haven't done it in a while. I got something on my dress. I guess one of these red nails fell off. There's a red stain now on my white dress. 4 miles. Well, it's the closest coffee shop, so it's 2 miles there, 2 miles back. So my town sucks. I was telling you about it the other day in the Discord. Yeah, winter in Massachusetts? No. No. I've had enough. I'm gonna be traveling. I don't care what it takes. I'll take any booking. Anybody got paid opportunities, give me a booking, because I don't want to be here for fucking winter. Is too... That was when I was living in Rhode Island. There was a coffee shop right down the street, and I miss it so much. I don't miss paying a huge amount of money for rent, but I miss being like right in the city. And then like there was a pharmacy right there, and then there was like a barber shop, a smoke shop, like the mall was right there. God, I fucking miss it so bad. So bad. I would kill to live there again, but I cannot afford it. I just think rent is such a stupid fucking thing. Like, let me live. Is that too much to ask? Like, $3,000 a month in some places? Girl, please, be serious. Be fucking serious. What do you mean $3,000 a month?
Carlos, the STARS office is up ahead.
Copy that.
I wish there was... I forgot that I have tooth enamel. I keep forgetting. Uh-oh. Oh, I just chipped away at it. It's the witching hour. Oh god, how am I gonna do this? I have to dry the area of the tooth to apply more? How am I gonna do that? I feel it like chipping off.
Fuck's sake. Why is it blocked?
Blocked. Do we need a bomb? Oh.
Okay. Guess we'll be doing this the explodey way.
I'd like to see you, you know, sorry. He's hot. Yeah. What the? Why do I not remember this part of the game at all? Eartha, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Where does that key go? This thing's gonna get up. What did I say? It was the autosave giving it away for me. I said we're gonna autosave before we jump scare you. Stay down. Flop. Easy. Where does this key go? Like, actually, I have no idea. This key goes to your mom. Haha. Owned. Bitch. Sorry.
There you are, dickface.
So, I don't want to unpause. Okay. I'ma go. I'ma go. I'ma go. This key doesn't go here. Okay. Well, it's over. No worries, Lib. Happy Halloween. Thank you for being here. Happy almost Mandela Catalog 4 day. We're almost there. It's coming soon, TM. So I just realized that I could eat the Halloween candy, and when I was picking stuff from the bowl, I noticed that... Oh, wow. Well, that's what they get for egging your house. Okay, we're just not in for a good time, I guess. Okay. Does this go here? Okay, well... Can you please? Am I dying? Oh, wow. Do you mind? Uh-huh. My gamer hunch is so bad, please. I'm not a gamer. I would never play video games. See me with them hands. I don't think you know that reference yet. You're still watching the early seasons of Drag Race. Oh my god. Oh, work. Okay, perfect. I'll start small with my outdated Drag Race references. Did you watch season 3? Oh, you're so rotted for not watching that. You need to watch season 3. Okay. These hurt. I'm taking them off for a minute. Season 3 is good, but very outdated. I'm pretty sure they say a lot of things that would not fly nowadays, especially Shangela and Untucked. I think she says the T word about like 8 times, but you know, different time, I guess. The way All Stars 2 is considered to be an early season now? No, literally insane. I know. Do you ever watch like cringe stuff because you like want to cringe, but you're like, oh wow, yeah. I kind of did that with Drag Race too. Like season 1 was bad. Yeah, where Delta says a very naughty word that is not good at all, and she should not be saying it. And it's not even, you can't even see that edit of it because you have to watch it in Australia's viewing services. Like, you can't see their unedited untucks of Drag Race season 2 and 3 that never air in America, that you'll never see unless you watch it in Australia or UK. It is crazy. I've seen season 3 and season 2 so many times, but they release unedited footage of the earlier seasons in Australia and UK, and I watched it and I was like, oh yeah, I remember that. That was the cheerleading challenge. My mind is like, I can deep pull from Drag Race. I've seen it so many times. What do you get from this? What does this key go to? Hold on. Safety deposit. What is a safety deposit? I don't even know what that is. This is a fancy ass key for a safety deposit. Tatiana is one of the nicest people I've ever met. When she came to Rhode Island to our local bar, she literally was the best person to hang out and meet. Like, she was so funny. She did poppers with us. She was like drinking with us backstage, was super nice. From what I've heard, the worst person that ever has come to our local bar was Yara Sofia. Apparently it was so rotted to everybody.
99.
Not to spread false rumors, but they're not false. I'm giving you the evidence. But that was like years ago. I don't know if she's evolved, but just saying. Spilling that truth tea, honey wig. Yes, God. I also hate cringing. I don't know why I said, do you watch cringe stuff to cringe? Because I hate doing it. Like, I physically sometimes can't watch people's streams because people are in the chat saying something so bad that I just, like, can't look. I can't watch. I'm like, please stop. Myself included. I've probably said, there's probably been people in my chat that people are like, nah, we can't. We gotta go. Nah, we gotta go. Oh, work.
Now here's a weird fucking door.
Leave it. We're here for bars.
That was so aggressive for no reason. So crazy that this game copied Dead by Daylight. So weird. Why have I not, like, had anything to drink tonight? It's fucking Halloween. I should be turning up. I should at least get, like, a cider or something. I think I have a margarita I can drink. Just one. I'm not gonna get fucking crazy.
All right, you want me to keep out? I'll keep out.
Yeah, let's not have a repeat of the open bar at the partner party. That was so embarrassing. I'm lost. I got lost. Can I use the key? What the fuck, dude? I look very closely at the map because I don't have my glasses on. Right there. I found it. Another day. Listen, I was already 7 drinks in before we went to PAX, so maybe drinking at PAX and then going somewhere after PAX was not the smartest idea of me. Please? I remember you asking me about that and I was like, I didn't do that. Like, what are you talking about? Because, like, I definitely was very, like, wasted, but I, like, knew what happened. I wasn't, like, insane, like, gonzo. Hello? And then after PAX, I went drinking more. Girl, I was done. Also, funny story about that, actually. I think the makeup brushes I used from that day after, I was using one on my eyeshadow today, right? You know what's funny? I went, why does this smell bizarre? I think that makeup brush got some throw up on it, and it still reeks of throw up to this day. So you know what I did to that makeup brush? I said, this smells weird. Tossed it. Said, what the fuck? Like, it literally just smelled like vomit. I was like, oh, that's probably because I brought that to TwitchCon. Thought I was bothering you? Wait. Wait, then it was one of my oomfies. Wait. It is one of my oomfies. Who was it? Oh, I know who it was. I know who it was. Moving on. I'll DM you who it was. But I remember it now. I'm like, what are you talking about? No, it wasn't deer. If they were all black. Well, I think it's like why did I go out and drink more? Like, I literally was like 7 drinks in, then I went to another bar, and then I went after. Okay. That was like 15 drinks. I'm sorry. Honestly, kind of hilarious. I know. They honestly had a really deep conversation with me that's gonna stick to me to like the day I die. They were like, they gave me like a pep talk about like gender, and it was like so heartwarming and like sweet. I'll never forget it. Even if I was like super drunk, I'll never forget it. Don't cut bangs on your wig. I cut curtain bangs and I regret it to this day. I gotta buy a new unit. Waiting for this check to clear, and then I'm gonna order a new unit. It's gonna be gray. It's gonna look like Liv Morgan's hair, and I'm gonna love that era of my hair. Maybe order a human red hair unit, or maybe get red human hair extensions so I can wear them when I'm not in makeup all the time. I think that might be the move. Oh, we're missing keys. $106. That's funny. Sorry, I'm thinking about it still. I know who it was. I made sure to finish all my work before I streamed today, and I hate that like I have to. I wish I could just like automatically generate a thumbnail for my YouTube videos, because like my YouTube VODs, I've been really slacking. Like I'll upload the VODs, and then I won't make a thumbnail for like 3 days, so I'm like struggling. How many photos do you guys have in your phone? I have 20,000. Anybody else? Right. I don't know how my phone still survives at 20K. Work cloud data? Do I have to open the combination locks? Like, around the facility to get the stuff? Wait, I don't even need anything in here. Wait. What is that? Oh, wait, no, I need the battery. 104. I don't want... Oh.
Mine now.
Never mind. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Oh. I don't know. I don't even remember. Do you guys remember your locker combination from high school? I don't.
Copy that. Gotta move.
Me too. Whoa! That's a lot of sodium. Is there someone behind me? What is happening? Whoa! Party in there. Are you done? Get off me. No, he's literally so fine. I was talking about it earlier, like, I love a shag. Like, I'm not particular to a mullet, but I love a shag. Anyways, moving on.
Dr. Bard.
Oh, thank God. Do you know how long I've been trying to reach somebody?
Don't worry, we're gonna get you out of there. Just tell me where you are.
I'm trapped in a goddamn hospital, surrounded by every kind of abomination. Look, just send in stars. They're gonna know what to do.
No, negative. RPD's overrun too.
Then figure it out. Umbrella's gone crazy. They're killing all the researchers. I am the only one who knows how to make the vaccine to stop the zombies. So you can either sit there with your dick in your hand or send somebody who's capable of getting me the hell out of here.
I would like to see that. Right now.
Already?
Whip it out.
Yeah, you would. You heard what he said. We can't turn him over to the company.
That's not our call to make. That's Mikhail's call. I'm gonna check the computer, see if I can trace the doc's location. This'll take some time. Look around, see if you can find anything useful.
This is useful. Ah. Oh, trust me, I have two. I just want it to be canon. Like, I want it to actually... I want to see it in 4K. Oh my Jesus. Oh, okay, we're good. Oh, never mind, we're not. Hold on. Excuse me. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I can, because I'm stunning and gorgeous. I can... Men should be in the palm of my hands at any given moment. They can do whatever I want. They're all men are wallets. So... IJS.
Is that Jill in the front row?
Maybe, I don't know. I can't see. Hurry up. I'm done here. It sounded like a cowboy sound effect. Cassidy core. All right, I looked around. Can we be done? Oh, work.
Yeah, what's up? Derailed. Was anyone hurt?
Jill?
Ah, shit. Wait, what? Jill! Jill, what happened? Jill, come in! T, I gotta go.
Do what you gotta. I'll take care of Bard.
His name's T. So true. So, when T has a girlfriend, does he call his girlfriend T-girl? Because I relate.
Am I the only one who made it?
Hopefully. Fuck those guys. Hello? Girl, open the door.
Carlos? Come in. Carlos? Damn it. I guess I'm out of range.
I feel like I have too much stuff. I think I'm gonna be sick. My tummy hurts. Oh, Jesus. Fuck. I know. I'm hoping Resident Evil 9 has a lot of cameos from characters that haven't made an appearance back, like Carlos and Sheva.
Fucker's still alive. I can't stay here.
Sheva needs her own game. Could you imagine if the next game was Rose and Sheva as the main characters? Girl, I'd gag. They need to do just like a Resident Evil girl boss game, because they have so many girl bosses that they just need to like capitalize. Like Resident Evil, I don't even know, like Femme Fatale or something. Like just, I need like a girl boss game. I really do. I'm gonna need these for this fight coming up. Yes! Resident Evil Sirens. So, yeah. Axella was such a fucking baddie. Like, I loved her. I wouldn't go that far, Jill. Let's wait a second and then you can see what's going on.
Respond.
Yeah, what's up?
We didn't make it. The train derailed.
Derailed? Was anyone hurt?
No, everybody's dead. Mikhail, everybody.
Shit.
Nikolai left us to die.
Wait, what?
What the fuck? It's back!
Jill! Jill, what happened? Jill, come in!
Who gagged him? Work. That was literally a pallet. Okay, well, anyways. Like, no ammo for this fight. Yes. Go up to the clock tower. Well, damn. Why is this not equipped?
Gotta find a way to stop it.
Ah.
I'm gonna kill you.
My bad.
I need to stop it in its tracks.
Oof. I missed. What?
You're about to take a nasty fall.
Gagged him. Okay. My one bullet.
I need to stop it in its tracks.
Girl, I would, but we got nothing to stop him now. I'll take my chances. I don't think this will reach. No, it didn't. A girl can try. Oh, the dodge actually working. That was kind of gaggy. Work.
All right, let's do this. Suck it! Carlos, you still there?
No.
Come on, you're gonna crap out on me now?
Hey, Grin. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloweener. Wait, she was so precautious too, and it's just like, wait a minute, I'm gonna get up. I would have not taken my eyes off of that thing. Thank you, Gran. Oh. This man, I can't. Ugh.
You've done me a big favor, miss.
Thank you, devil.
Jill. Hey, answer me. God damn it. Tyrell.
Ugh.
What's going on? Jill's been infected. I'm taking her to the hospital.
Big stretch.
Maybe Dr. Bard can save her. All right, I'll meet you there. You hang in there, Super Cop. I got you.
I can't. Not the like the flirting with saying cop. Like, please.
Fight it, Jill.
Literally. I want to go to there.
You're gonna be okay. I promise.
They're just moaning ASMR. Jill, please. I need a minute. Give me a minute to like relax on social media for just a second. Oh my god, please. Shush. All right. Let's get back into it.
Tyrell.
Not this part.
Gotta be the lab in the back. Stay frosty, I'm on my way.
Copy.
Girl, Jill, please. She is moaning and groaning in there. Oh my god, this part sucks.
I don't got time for this.
We'll get owned. Oh wow. The way this lagged really bad.
Welcome to the office of Dr. Daniel Carr. Please
Do I need this?
state your business clearly into the intercom.
I have so many items. Girl, I can't. Work. Okay, that was so unnecessary. I have had quite enough of you guys. Jump scare check. Need this key card. Is it not on the table? I thought it was on the table. Oh. Oh, that's right. I think it's down here. And the things that run around spawn. Taylor, thank you for the follow.
Okay, not this way.
Why not? I don't remember where this door is. I think it's... Oh, I don't have a choice. I'm back. Not here. Gotta be in here. Perfect. Hello. That is scary for somebody that is not me, because I didn't jump. But nice try. I'm so desensitized to like horror games that I'm just like, oh, jump scare? Okay, work. I think if I played Visage though, it would scare me. That game's actually scary. I'm always interested in how they design these special infected, honestly. Like, I wonder how they made this design. They always get pretty creative with the special infected in this game. Work. Oh, I don't have a lockpick. Please. The guy, the boss guy that turns into the dinosaur. Ow. Alright, guys. Let's calm it down. Are they still alive? The fuck? Are y'all done? I've had quite enough. Hi, Techno Devil, welcome in. What's over here? What is on this? Work. I didn't even know I needed this. I was just coming in here to get loot, but fabulous. I think there's a jump scare through this door. Watch this. Oh. I was shocked. I want to listen to Ariana Grande right now. She just is so... I have so many Ariana Grande songs stuck in my head. What am I, Marshall's brother? Sorry. Exposing. Oh my god, the bugs that insta-kill? Yeah, those were fucking horrendous. Or the chainsaw guys. The chainsaw guys made me shit my pants. I'm gonna shit my pants at them in 4. The 4 remake. Oh, I'm gonna shit, piss, everything. Can I go through this way? Excuse me. Whoa, this is a lot of items. Damn. Oh, I wish I had the lockpick.
All I wanted to know was what the documents were doing in your office in the first place.
Who do you think you're talking to? I'm goddamn Nathaniel Bard. I'm the best biologist you'll ever meet, you bedpan-changing waste of a nursing degree.
That is so mean. Hello?
Bard. Tyrell. Bard's dead. He's been shot.
Shit. And the vaccine?
I'm looking.
Well, look harder. There's gotta be a computer, right?
Hello?
This is VRC Chief Nathaniel Bard, September 29, 11 p.m. I am acutely aware that my time's running out. And I hope and pray, by making this recording and bringing the truth to light, that I can restore some small shred of honor to my name. All of Raccoon City's suffering began with the release of a biological weapon known as the T-virus. My employer, the Umbrella Corporation, engineered this virus, and they ordered my team to develop a vaccine, which we did. Now, I keep samples of this vaccine here in my office. The rest of it is stored underground. But those sons of bitches at the board, they want to destroy it. They don't want the world to know what they've done. So they're trying to erase all evidence that the virus ever existed. Now, I'm not a fool. I know they don't want me to...
I got you knew all along. And she trusted me anyway. Fuck!
Oh my god.
Is it here?
One inventory slot.
Hang tight. T, I got it.
Good. I'm headed your way.
Be careful.
Careful. Have you seen this town? It'll be a fucking miracle if I get there in one piece.
Oh! It should be in the title. It's a character from Billy and Mandy, and she's the goddess of the underworld in the show. But she has a gap tooth, and she was inspired by Madonna. But she's like fierce as hell. Is this the right way? Where is the entrance? I know, I kind of want to rewatch it. It's such a good show. Hey everyone. I'm just gonna do this to save myself the heartache. Fucking owned. It should be, yeah. I know a lot of Cartoon Network shows are on the way out, but I think that's definitely on HBO. This way.
You're gonna be okay, Joe.
Why was that hot? Why was the spitting out that thing make me attracted to him?
This shit better work.
You don't want to board up the doors?
Tyrell, what the hell happened?
Attention all citizens. The contagion spreading throughout the city has been designated uncontainable. On October 1st, Raccoon City will be completely destroyed in a missile strike.
October 1st.
Residents capable of rational thought are urged to evacuate immediately. This is not a test. Attention all citizens.
And that's only a day away.
Yo, yes. Jess, yes. Shawty!
Sam gives a shit.
Are you asking me to order it, or are you gonna stop and get it?
Fuck. Here they come.
You sit tight. I got this. Better grab some gear. Sounds like there's a lot of them out there.
I'm gonna try to lower the window shutters.
Up on this order.
And how do we do that?
I'll try hacking into the
Yeah, get me something. Yeah, I want a Sprite. I want a Sprite. I want a Sprite. I want a 20-piece nugget. Just get me the 40-piece and 2 large fried meal, because that's the easiest. And then a Sprite. You know the one.
Keep them off me in the meantime.
And I'll just Venmo. Or are you asking me to Uber Eats? Girl, if you're home, get down here.
Okay. Now shit begins.
I should have saved that. Hello? Why did I suddenly where did all my ammo go? I literally had so much of this assault rifle ammo. What the hell? Weird. Bro, I'm not taking cash. I'm not taking cash. Oh. Wait. Okay, idea to save us money. A great idea. I'm gonna do the 40 nugget meal and then give you 10 of my nuggets. Then I'll order an extra fry. Why did they like not let you order a Sprite anymore? What is that about? And a McChicken? McChicken? Yo, I'll cackle if they give you like nothing on it. You don't want mayonnaise on it? Can you be in the chat? Okay, hold on. Do you want mayo? Bro telling me to order her McDonald's and literally won't answer her phone. Shawty's like a melody in my head. Lettuce. Okay. It's literally just a chicken patty, dude. So funny. We are the worst. Our family is so picky, I can't. Okay, work. Girl, there's no code. Like, literally, there's gonna be no code. What code? What code? No, please, pause the game! Let me know what it does. Yeah, sure, I'm sure it'll do something. I was like, there's no way my phone just died. Okay. Anyways, let's keep playing. I'm feeding the children, making sure everybody in my house. I love being the. I'm the good older sibling. I'm the good older brother. Sure, fuck, I am. What? Did you see that? What the fuck was that? Oh my god, the lights are off!
Find the breaker. It must be somewhere.
Where? Oh my Jesus Christ. Aha, flop. Hello? Oh, work. Where's the breaker? Oh. Okay. Alright. gagged. All right, I'm about to run out of ammo. Can we hurry it up? Oh. I literally have no bullets to fight this guy. Thank God. What? Oh, you are so unserious. You are so unserious. Actually so unserious. The way it was at the end of the fight too, I can't.
Okay, now the fun shit begins. Hi, Harry. Denny! Oh, so happy to see you. How are you doing? Hold on, I hope I don't look fucking ridiculous. I have like this tooth enamel on my teeth and it keeps like smudging, so my teeth look funky, but I'm supposed to have a gap in my tooth. Thank you. I'm struggling through this fight. I literally just thought my power in real life just went out. That scared me so bad. I was like, what's happening? How are you doing? How's your day? Are you enjoying a very relaxing slate night, I hope? We playing Valorant? You could back it up a little bit. Let me just... Oh, if you would excuse me. Didn't they just add some hot guy or something? I don't know. I'm not a Valorant gamer. wasn't even gonna play this game tonight because it's like Halloween, and I was like, maybe I should play something scary. I was literally gonna play Rayman. Like, happy fucking Halloween. Let's play Rayman. I'm so stupid. If I die instantly to this, I swear to God. Hello. Marshall, I didn't even know you were here. I thought you were fucking dead. Oh my God, Marshall's dead! So when I made a joke about you, you just stayed quiet? Oh, wow. I guess it wasn't that funny. Damn. Oh, so you're a liar. So you're a liar. Oh, so you're lying to me. Oh, so you haven't been lurking the whole time. Please don't kill me! Please stop. I don't want to do this fight again. Wait, is that the Carlos guy? He's so... Yeah, it is. I should have got the mods. I didn't know if Capcom would be okay with me modding the game, but apparently you can. I would have done the shirtless mod, and then I would have been like, oh, baby. I said, I want to listen to Ariana Grande. And then I said, what am I, Marshall's brother? And then you were it was crickets. Oh, gagged them. Not the naked mod. I wouldn't do that. That's not TOS friendly. And I am such a... The splooge noises? I can't. What am I supposed to do? I have to set off a bomb?
Explodey way it is.
What? Yeah, eat that. If those giant freaking Ninja Turtle things come out of the woodwork again, I swear to God. Watch this. Just flashed them. Haha, giggles. Flash them my boobs. When your brother starts coming to streams and instead of evacuation guy, we call him evacuation little guy.
Not even close. But at least it's over. I'm coming back.
I'm coming back for you. I just mixed two different songs. I meant to do the TikTok audio. I'm coming back for you, baby.
Good. You going somewhere? You damn right.
Your mom!
What are you gonna do? Whole city's about to be microwaved. Come on, man. Call the government. Tell them we found a cure. You stalled for time.
This is also the second year, Marshall, you haven't done the Red Power Ranger cosplay. Just saying. For Halloween. There's always next year. Is she wearing Uggs? I'm buying a pair of Uggs this winter. IDGAF.
Jill. Thank God you're okay.
Oh, I wish he was up in my face like this. It looked like he was holding her boobs. He was like, I'm so glad you're okay. Oh, this is a nightmare. I forgot. Shut up, Dilly. Denny, how are you feeling about having to pay for your verification? Isn't that so... What happens when I'm a sellout and I buy the $20 subscription so I can finally be fucking verified on Twitter? What then? What then?
Where am I?
I like doing that, like, aggressively, like, ending my sentences like, what's up, bitch? My WWE gimmick is these cuffs.
Attention all citizens. The missile strike on Raccoon City.
Hi, house. Happy Halloween.
Designed to eradicate all biological material. You will not survive if you remain in the city.
October 1st.
Evacuate now. Repeat.
No.
Evacuate now.
Can't be.
This is not a test.
I want to be verified. There are so many, like, I remember there was this one Twitter account that I tried getting verification for. They, like, tried posing as, like, an OnlyFans for me because, like, I posted this photo shoot and it was, like, the Sims sense. It was, like, trying to be, like, I was trying to be, like, the Sims censor bar. So I did the Sims censor bar with my shirt off and my pants off. It was supposed to be, like, a funny look. And someone, like, actually took it on Twitter and was like, I'm a hot slut looking for sex now. NemesisLacroix is an ugly bitch. And I was like, relax. Like, it's not that deep. That was quite the era. No, it was literally insane. I wish I could find it.
Morning, sunshine.
It was when I had a redact.
Sure as shit didn't. That was all Carlos.
A redact. I don't even know what I would call it. ST asterisk asterisk KER. I'm trying to. Okay.
I'm going after him.
Wait, did you see the broadcast? They're gonna blow the city sky high. I'm trying to get a hold of someone, anyone with the clearance to stop it. Leave this mess to him. He's a professional.
So am I.
Are you saying that women can't be professionals, Mr. T? Mr. T. That's because his name's T.
I've lost contact with Carlos, so expect trouble.
Do I really have to go into this laboratory again? Why? I don't want to. Can we just leave? Yeah, there was an era that someone was like trying to stalk me, but they bought my merch, so I knew their real name and address. And I was like, oh, well, that's interesting because I'm gonna call the police on you if you keep it up. Sorry. I literally don't know anything about the new game, and I would rather no spoilers on it. But I've heard that the new character is not a serve. So true. I've seen not great things about Bayonetta. I've honestly curbed my enthusiasm for it, so I'm not really... I know you didn't mean to send that, but... All right. Are you for serious? Wait, watch this, Mr. Krabs. Okay, hurry up and reload your... Oh! Oh. Oh, okay, wow. Where are we trying to go right now? I think you know, Denny. Denny, did you know this? I was talking about it earlier, that people that have tattoos that are like the circle all the way around, that's just like a black bar all the way around. Did you know that's how far they fist somebody? That's like how they set how far they go into someone's ass. Like queer people. If you see someone with a tattoo like that, that means that's their record for fisting. I'm not even lying. Did you know that? Sorry. It's been a topic of my recent streams. Nobody's known that. Did you know that? Yes or no? Answer my question. I just think, well, you talked about claw, and then I thought, I'm wearing these gauntlets, and then we were talking about fisting earlier, and it's just how my mind works, okay?
I think I can squeeze by.
Is that a bunny? Reference to Silent Hill. But thank you. You're so welcome. I love to educate. Is this a Magnum?
Guaranteed to give you a headache.
Okay, Lines. Guaranteed to give you a headache. She really thought she ate with that, huh? Sorry. That's what I said. I'm like, how do you update it? Like, how do you just make another line? What is the point of us coming in here actually though? Where are we going? Oh, I don't think there was a point. I think we can just leave. Well, this is awkward. Yeah, this is awkward. We can just leave. How embarrassing is that? All right. I don't know. For me, para me, spooky me, Halloween me, streaming me. How do you just... I'm like... Girl, I need to like feel like I'm a person on this earth. If that ever happened to me, I would literally feel like a sock puppet. I wouldn't even feel like, okay. Oh, gagged. BKB, thank you so much for coming in at this time while I'm talking about fisting. Very much appreciate the 13-month subscription. Hope you are having a very slay day. Okay, I went the wrong way again. I kind of ate his ass up. I can't do that. That's gonna mess up my tooth enamel. Okay, we're good. I also ordered food, so I'm like... My sister wanted dinner, so I am generous enough to buy her food anytime she wants because I'm just that type of brother. My Marisol sticker's rubbed off! It just says soul. That's actually hilarious. It doesn't even say Marisol anymore. Oh no! Well, looks like I'm gonna need a new sticker, Marisol. Where are we going? Do you believe in death? Marshall, did you see Taylor from Big Brother's Halloween costume?
This must be the way I'm
Oh, she's so hot. And her boyfriend is so hot. I don't know if they're dating, but she did like a dominatrix look and she had him on a chain. It was so... Oh. No, not quit game, please. I need to see all the Halloween girlies from WWE. Also, I have enough money now. I could buy one of the WWE belts from the website that are like 200, 300 bucks. I'm like, kind of want to. I want to make my aesthetic like, I want to start buying like wrestling gears and like wear them as like my drag aesthetic. Like I want to be like the wrestling diva of drag. Like I want to go from Pisces princess to wrestling diva. Like I want to be like, I want to wear like wrestling attire in drag. Like I think it would be so cool and so hot. And it's such an untouched territory too. Like I know there's some wrestlers that do drag, but like not someone like full time. I also need to get that podcast going with me and Onyx. Been trying to work on that since July. Body dysmorphia check. I distinctly remember this part of the game last time I streamed it. I was sick as a fucking dog and I was wearing a pink wig. I don't know why, I just remember that. I was sick as fuck streaming. I don't know why I was. I was like, hee hee, I'm so cool. I don't think we need that anymore. A moan? The way the characters just randomly moan in this game is kind of funny. Like she just did. Hello? Hi. Is the cutscene gonna start, or are we just gonna have that guy stand and watch us? Like, what is the tea? Work.
I must admit, I respect your tenacity, but I'm afraid our games end here.
You think this is over?
Ew.
Is it regenerating?
Ew. Wait, does it not die? Hello? Actually, how I wake up. How long does it take you to get out of bed in the morning? For me, honestly, like 2 hours. It's bad. It's a whole ass problem. This morning was a lot. Took me so long to get out of bed. If I have to get up and do something, like I'll be up and I'll do it. But if it's just like a day off, I'm like, it takes me like 2 hours. I want to take my time. I have to get my daily dose of like TikTok, an hour of that. Wait, you're not serious. I have to get 3 of these fuses and bring them. Oh my god, that's so much inventory space. Can I move the stuff around in this? I can't. Wait, yes I can. I would like to organize this just a little bit. That'd be nice. Is this even organized? Work, I guess. Oh, that's embarrassing for you. Sorry. When I get sent an Instagram reel, I'm like... Exactly. 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 They just get me. When they shut this container on me and I'm in the inside, what then? Never mind. Just kidding. Instagram Reels are fine. YouTube Shorts, though, that's something else. That needs to be inspected. Like, what are we doing? Who is blowing this bitch up? Calm down. Get wrecked.
No, wait.
Is it? Oh, skinny. I hate how the For You page actually gets to be like a For You page. Like, I can't go on TikTok or Instagram Reels or whatever when I'm having a breakdown. Like, if I'm anxious, I can't. Like, it will literally cater to my anxiety. Like, it's so bad. I'm like, stop. How does that even happen? Did I just ruin this for myself? I did. Okay, well. What's in here? Oh, hello. This isn't what I wanted. Can I pull out the right gun? Thank you. Oh, please, I'm not reading. You're funny. Are you saying you're not homophobic? I am. I don't know. Because everyone that gets like one-tapped like that gets infected instantly. Wait, no, I want to go down there. I want to go to there. Wait. Perhaps this is the right idea. Your mom. Okay, we go down. I think the dogs jump out of this and jump scare us. Let's see. I think they do, but we have to go this way first. Oh. Oh, collateral. What the F? Oh. No, they didn't. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. Girl. No! I don't want them to be in the tag division. I want them to be single stars. I get like Ben Shapiro and Elon Musk and Joe Rogan YouTube Shorts. Well, it's because Elon Musk is your new bestie. Right? Aren't y'all like close? Good. Block me, bitch. Well, that's definitely a turn of events for a Monday Night Raw. How interesting is that? That's very interesting, isn't it? See, I knew it was gonna jump scare us. What is that? Mike Wazowski. That's literally Mike Wazowski. Wow. If you want to listen to me talk about wrestling for the next, like, 3 days. It's just like a team of 2 people that win a title. Can you please back it up? Bye, Flop. I can't believe they just won. Hello? Like, the one day I don't watch wrestling. Like, come on, guys. I can't. Like, actually, every time I don't watch wrestling, something good happens. I just sounded like a dial-up modem. I should be a voice actor. Thinking about at TwitchCon when somebody was like, do you do voice acting? And I said, absolutely, you should hire me. And they, I haven't heard from them, but I have not done voice acting, but I was gonna take a gig if I had to. Well? Why would you say no? Why would you undersell your talents? Can I put the fuses in and then like go back? I think that's the move. Oh wait, can we go up that way? No, we can't. Wait, can we? Work. I literally have no idea where the last one is. I'm gonna be stuck here forever. Oh, it's right there. How do I get over there? What's this? Work. My mind. I'm so good at video games. No, 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 no. Okay, we're discarding this. I don't need it. Please. Thank you. Why? I want to get over there. Pleek. 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 Hello? Oh, right here. I didn't even see that door. Why did it just jump around like that? Hello? Hello? All right, bringing out the big guns. Haha, loser. Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't enjoy that journey for me.
All right, here goes.
Nemtech sounds like the thing Symmetra has in... Doesn't she work at like Volskaya or something? Volskaya Tech Industry or something? That's Mother. I kind of want to get her gold gun. Coming up on 3. Curtis, I was literally thinking about you when I was doing my makeup today. I was like, I hope he is like slaying. And I also know, I was like, I miss him, but it's literally holiday season and you have a literal child, so I can't be needy. But hi, Curtis, I love you. Symmetra collab. I love Symmetra. Symmetra, Echo, Ash, and Widow are my girls. And apparently May is like deleted from the game now. I'm like, oh wow, okay. Thanks, guys. What is that? Girl, be serious. What is happening right now? Oh, I hate Arisa. I hate Zarya. Zarya's so broken right now. No, not on Halloweeny.
He got away.
So true. Well, I hope everything's good. I hope Halloween and like the holiday season treated the fam well. I don't think I can stash anything. This I can stash. We're good. Was Bub gonna dress up as anything? Or did you dress Bub up anyways, even though they were sick?
Tyrell.
I got through.
He's gonna die.
They're willing to negotiate. They'll call off the strike if, and this is one big ass if, we can deliver the vaccine to them before they launch.
How long do we have?
Hours, maybe.
Then let's not waste one more second.
This way.
Oh, I thought he was gonna come up behind him and shoot him. Not me huffing the spray paint off my fingers.
We'll find the vaccine up ahead.
It's like gasoline smell. I love the gasoline smell. Poppers flavor, but gasoline. Ooh. Give me it. Oh, this is giving Resident Evil movie. Do you remember that movie?
Sure you don't need to stop?
Stop and do what? I got your back.
All right, let's get this done.
Oh, that's cute, Curtis. Oh yeah, same. She is so broken though. I had a great play yesterday as Genji, and I know Genji's getting nerfed. Oh. Oh, it's Nemesis. In the flash.
Keep going. We're almost there. No.
Well. Kind of gagged him a bit. If that were me, that door would crush me. I would like be too close and it would like crush my hand or something. I like these lights. Okay, light show. Please play with me, Curtis. I want to play. I'm like really addicted to it. It's kind of bad. If I log in tomorrow and I have a Doomfist skin in my store again, I swear to God. Every day I log in, there's a Doomfist skin. I said, I don't like that man. I don't like him. He makes me sick. There's literally nothing in this room. Hello. Why does he keep giving me assault rifle ammo? I don't have one. Oh, I do. Never mind. Sorry. Excuse me. Excuse my mouth. I lied to you guys. Oh my God. Oh no, this part is so confusing. I get lost every time. There's no more double control point maps. You remember, like, you would capture one point and then you have to capture another one? They removed that mode entirely, which kind of sucks.
To begin vaccine synthesis, place the materials in the chamber.
There's also no leveling up anymore. Like, you don't even level up your account. It's just Battle Pass leveling up, which sucks as well.
To make it myself? All right, gotta figure this out.
Override key successfully generated.
What have we here?
Override key removed.
Hi, buddy boy. Flash drive. This USB. Yeah, it's very weird. I don't understand why. Like, if your account is actually stuck at like whatever level you were before. I don't think it's worth it though. Like, I hate the new mode. I hate that fucking robot mode. I never win. Exactly. No, exactly, Marshall. I'm usually a DPS person. I don't play tank. Oh my god, gagged. Wait, why did I gag the fuck out of her? Hold on. What is over here that I need? Literally, I miss him too. As I don't know where to go. I'm stuck. Oh, I think I go over there.
Override complete.
Gagged. Yeah, tank's like very, I think, kind of, it's not hard to play now, but your team basically relies on you, like, very heavily on the one tank. Before, I guess it was, I just can't play old Overwatch anymore just because I think the double tank meta was so unbearable because you would take out one tank and then the next tank would come in and it was horrible for your team. I like the new balance of, like, one...
This must be what powers it.
I think this zombie behind me is gonna scare me. She's gonna gag me. Yeah. Oh, excuse me, gentleman. Well, gentle was. He's not anything anymore.
These are tyrants.
They look beefy. They have giant boobies. I want them in my mouth. Giant bara titties. Nom, 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 nom. She can get bit. Oh, and she ate. And she got 8. Okay, well, I guess fuck my drag. Yeah, I love Junker Queen. I love women. I love Junker Queen. She's so... Are you guys finished? Ow. Oh my god, that hurts so bad. And I'm so winded. Am I alive after that? That felt very unbearable. Okay. Thank you. Emma sneeze. Shut up. So true. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I am so sorry. That was a little overkill for me. I did not mean to explode your head off. Sorry, girlfriend. I don't have any inventory space. Oopsie. I think so. I really wanted to do like some looks with my natural hair. I have this really cute pair of like green pants that I was gonna do like a Kim Possible, like gender fluid kind of look with my natural hair. And then I wanted to do Chucky, and I have that costume that I wanted to do with my natural hair. I feel like it's just like silly for me to do after Halloween though. I don't know. I mean, we have Halloween here like every day. It's like I do drag, it's not that deep.
Okay. This looks like it might be used in vaccine development.
Hello?
So it's called the Nemesis.
It's called the what? Say that again. Say it louder for the cameras. I keep doing that. I'm gonna smudge the tooth enamel. I should voice act for zombies. I'd be a good zombie voice actor. Jump scare check coming right now. 3, 2, 1. How did I predict that? That's so crazy. It's almost like I've played this game before. Oh! Ew. Why you look like that? Excuse me. Who has boobs? Oh no, the Tyrant is, like the different Nemesises. That's my Nemesis! I literally have no more inventory. Like, I need more inventory right now. I can't. Hello? Oh, not this. I remember this puzzle. This is a puzzle, right? Oh, maybe not. Work. Well, I don't have inventory space. I can't. Let me just...
I might be able to use this to synthesize the vaccine.
Do I need 2 or 3? I think I just need 2. Excuse me, ladies. The music? I get crazy? I start twerking?
Unauthorized materials detected.
Either I've got this wrong or I'm missing a step.
Unauthorized materials detected. Unauthorized materials detected.
Yes, I do. I played Resident Evil 6 kind of recently. I played Jake and Sherry's story. What am I missing? Girl. Oh, we need a vaccine base. Wait, don't we have one? No, we don't. Okay, well, fuck my drag. Where do we get one? Hello? I pay way too much money for my internet bill, I'm ashamed to say. I think I've even said how much I pay. I pay like $80 a month for my internet. But that's like, I have my own internet because my family, there's 7 people in my house. So if I were streaming on the internet with 5 other people, my streams would be shit. Colin, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. We're just almost towards the end of this game. Thank you so much for the follow, Galaxy Gamer. How was the stream? Thanks for coming. Toasty, thank you for the follow. Where do I get this thing? Do I have to run all the way back? That's silly and poopy and stinky. We already went up here. Oh, I gagged her. What the heck? Great game for split. I wasn't gonna play this originally. I mean, I've played this game before, but it's been so long since I streamed it. I don't think like a lot of the newer members of my community would ever see me play this, so I thought I would play it today because I know I can beat it in one stream. I think we're towards the end of it, so it's a shorter game, which is unfortunate, but I do love it. But thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. I really have no idea where this is. I think we have what we need, but it's not being correct. It's not like taking a liking to me. Yeah, are you okay? We're also going crazy right now. Oh. Well, thank God we have no more auto mod. I turned that shit off. I said if someone's gonna slur me, I want to see it. We went up there. WTF. Is it this way? We already went this way. No worries. Thank you so much for coming, Denny. I'll send you a message or respond if you're around tomorrow. Thanks for coming. Sleepy sleeps. Good night. Okay. I'm not playing games anymore. Where TF is this? I think I literally can do what it wants me to do. Like, the music is so loud, there's no way it's not. There's something over here? I have to read something to understand what I'm doing, but I just don't want to read because I am what? Lazy.
Unauthorized materials detected.
Fuck you. That makes sense. I just pressed random buttons.
Certifying vaccine. Synthesis complete. Please remove the vaccine canister.
Also, just want to let everybody know, if you want to buy G Fuel products, my code is now indefinitely, instead of 10%, 20%. You get 20% off. Oh, gagged. Oh, wow. True. Not a vent. Oh, dumpy check. It doesn't even feel that late right now. I mean, it's not. Girl, you should not do that in this laboratory. You are silly. She's gonna get herself killed. She's lucky. Oh shit! I didn't realize this was happening. I crawl. Crawling in my skin. Ow. I save. Thank you so much. Slay the world. Give me this. Give me this. Oh, look at all this shit they're giving me. They're like, yeah. Yeah, the end of the game is coming. Yeah. Yeah. I shouldn't have done that, but it's fine. Girl, please. Seriously? Hold on. Okay, we definitely need the first aid sprays. I am going to quickly run to the restroom, just so I'm not uncomfortable during this. Oh! Oh my god. My pee-pee. Okay, we're good. Monty's downstairs. He's trying to look for treats. I heard him meow while I was going to the bathroom. I said, okay. Mama's busy. It's... If he would, he hates the lights. Like, he's very shy about, like, he's very camera shy, like, actually.
What in God's name is this place?
What in God's name? Never ends. You better get that vaccine, girl.
What do we have here?
Nikolai, don't! The city needs that vaccine!
More than I do. I don't think the wisdom I've been trying to impart on you is getting through. Now I know you can't put a price on life. But I'm in this business to get paid. So let's make a deal. You go down there, battle the Nemesis, and I'll recall it all and sell the combat art. Put on a good show, and maybe I don't need the vaccine. Agreed? Good.
I have nails on, I can't open it. We should have got a Happy Meal to get a Halloween toy. Dang it. Oh! So I got, just take, girl. I got my thing, but take 10 nuggets out and then put it in yours so it could save us money. There's 220 pieces. Or take how many you want, I don't really care. Oh my god! Oh, read this message. I got, don't say it out loud. Hold the phone so I can play.
Jill, is that you?
Carlos?
You're okay. Let me spot for you.
Good idea.
I got that today. Slay. That is very loud in my ears. Oh, do I shoot these things?
He's hiding behind tank 1.
Huh? Yeah. Huh? I don't really care. I have straws.
Right.
Perfect. Is there not another 20 piece? What? What the fuck, man? Well, then you take 10, I take 10.
The fuck?
What the heck? They always fuck it up. That's so annoying. Whatever. Oh my god.
Sorry.
F you, McDonald's, Uber Eats, and then they're gonna be like, you can't get a refund for your 20 nuggets you didn't get because you have done too many refunds. Kiss my booty hole.
Valid.
I'm like, it's not my fault y'all keep fucking it up. Can you just put this near the trash over there?
They always fuck this shit up.
Literally, it's so annoying. This is trash. Doodles. Happy Halloweener. They won't give me refunds anymore, though. They're like, you have too many refunds. I'm like, it's not my fault. It's literally not my fault that you guys have... that you can't get my order right. So... Yeah! He's such a nerd. I'm eating.
I got this.
Oh!
Not what I intended to hit, but I'll take it.
Can you reload any slower? Hello? Why? Oh! When I miss? Oh! Oh, not a double. Work.
Jill! Here comes a crane. Use it to climb up.
Girl, she's tired.
Come on. Come on.
Jill, stay back! Now get on! I'm gonna melt this fucker into mush.
Somehow he's still not gonna die. When Jill falls into the acid.
Okay, I'll meet you up ahead.
Nikolai, where did you go? have to get that vaccine back.
Oh Jesus, this part. One after another.
It's done. Give me the vaccine, you greedy son of a bitch.
No.
Oh, deliver the line.
You think money. I like her. We shall make ours an ongoing arrangement. Now drop the gun.
I would literally just shoot him. Oh! What is stopping her from shooting him? This part was so... Oh, good morning.
Have you ever seen anything so incredible? The
Yeah, I have.
would be worth millions.
My ass.
But,
In tight
you
pants.
know how it is. City's about to explode, and you can't put a price on life. Good luck.
Nikolai!
Jill!
Go after Nikolai. He's got the vaccine.
What about you?
We're running out of time. I've got this.
I know you do.
Look, just so you know,
They need to fuck.
this is
What?
the last fucking time.
Opening compartment.
Now we're talking.
Hello! Oh my god, Zarya?
Cooldown in progress. Please reactivate power source.
One last time.
Damn, it needs power.
I need to be the one that takes you home. Yeah.
Not that, did you? How about some more?
Gag him. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Why am I choking? I'm so teary-eyed. This is just so emotional. It's literally when I eat dry food, I get... The air just becomes so dry, I can't.
All power sources activated. Powering
Go ahead. I'm gonna put you right back on your ass.
He doesn't have an ass. He's literally just a like a... Kelp Nougat Crunch.
Come on. Next time, take the fucking hit.
She gagged.
Good riddance.
He's literally not gonna be dead. Like, I already know it. Oh. Very delicious, very refreshing. Very good tea. I have an itch on my butt. My butt cheek. Aye! Fuck you, Ava. Fuck you. Daddy, no!
You're not going to stop. Promised you this, didn't
No!
Oh, gagged.
Any idea what you've just done?
I? Oh no, don't care. My client ordered me to reduce umbrella to rub.
10 minutes until missile
impact. The missile has launched. Goodbye, Miss Valentine. Shame you didn't listen to me when you had the chance.
He's kind of hot. In like a silver fox kind of way. Okay, not gonna lie, that made my pussy throb. Oh! I love watching them fight. Ooh, let me get by.
Jill! Shoot him!
I can't. I'll hit you.
Do it! You have to! There's no other way.
Dragon Ball Z be like.
Take the shot!
Carlos!
Hey, I told you I couldn't leave you in a Carlos's world. That would just be too cruel.
Okay, shoot him again. He's still alive.
What about him?
Why'd you do it?
Girl, please.
There's a price tag
Huh?
for everything. Even letting the world burn.
Who are you working for?
I'll tell you, if you get me out of here. I'll pay you whatever you want. You're a fool. You're a fool!
Gag him.
If I die, you'll never find out the truth.
I don't mind a little detective work.
Okay. Girl boss. I don't mind a little detective work. She's the gag stress. I would have shot him though. I would have taken the extra bullets in my shotgun and went. Poof. I don't believe in violence, but against men I do.
You all right?
Like that guy.
There it is.
I just took a piss. I did. Who's driving the copter?
It's finally over.
Not yet. Not until Resident Evil 5 when Jill gets a nice ponytail.
As the heat from the blast washed over us. All this death wasn't caused by a monster-making virus. It was greed. Human greed. I decided then and there, the ashes of Raccoon City would be Umbrella's ashes too. I would end them, once and for all.
The way I finished that in one sitting by accident. So true. Ow. bit myself. The way you can literally beat this game in 3 hours is crazy. I think there's literally speed runs. I think it's a good game. I just wish it was longer. Like, they cut out so much from the original game, which is kind of gaggy. Hello? I mean, period. I took full breaks. No, literally. Well. Sorry, I'm eating McDonald's. That explains the burp. So what now? Shit and fart and die. I actually have no idea what to play. Okay. Food in my system feels so good. Can you show me your chows? I could. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about that in another game. A blankie. The way we barely played any like horror games this year. Hi, Ricky. Happy to see you. Yeah. I finished the... Oh, I did finish the story. Oh, I have to launch it. I can't launch it through Big Picture because I have mods. Hold on. Let me go to this screen just because we're not going to be playing a Capcom game.